Morning. I'll go ahead and ask the AHO team to please elevate the two court reporters. I mean, there's one court reporter, but elevate both of them to panelists, please.
Thank you so much.
And are you ready
Good
for us
morning.
to go on the record? Good morning.
I am ready. Good
Morning.
morning.
And now I'm actually on video, so now I'm ready. Thanks, everyone. All right, with that, I will go ahead and get started with introductions. I think we have a few more people who may be joining us today, but it looks like we have a critical mass. So good morning. It is April 22nd, 2025. I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. I am joined this morning on the Zoom platform by board member McGuire as well. The hearing this morning is being conducted by Zoom webinar. If you are planning to actively participate today, you do need to log in to the Zoom webinar platform using the individual link that was sent to you by Zoom. The hearing is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. And if you are not planning to speak, please use the YouTube channel for viewing the hearing rather than logging into the Zoom platform. Both the audio and video of the hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. If you are having any trouble communicating with us today or logging into the Zoom platform, please do send an email to dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. The AHO hearing team is monitoring that inbox and can let me know. We will take breaks today, as has been our practice. We will once again have a hard stop at 5 p.m. We do have Nicole Mullen here with us, who will be advancing slides, or I think actually probably we will have cross-examination, I imagine, all day. So if you are asking questions of the witnesses, please feel free to address Ms. Mullen directly and ask her to bring up a particular exhibit for you. I will proceed with appearances as we have done, which is to ask you to be elevated to panelist and come on camera for the first time that you speak today. That seems to be fairly efficient. I believe where we left off last week was with cross-examination of panel 2, and I believe that Mr. Herrick indicated that he had a few more minutes of questions for panel 2. I will also look to the room to see if we have any procedural issues. I did want to acknowledge that, and there's Mr. Spain, acknowledge Mr. Spain that I did read your email. And let's go ahead if we can elevate Mr. Spain. If you would raise your hand again, if you wouldn't mind, we'll elevate you and as a panelist, and we'll have you introduce yourself. And we can just, for the record, briefly summarize where we are with the email. Good morning. We can't hear you. You are not on mute.
There we go.
There we
Is that
go.
better?
Yes.
Thank you and good morning. I just wanted to put on the record that I have appointed as our authorized representative for PCFFA and IFR, Deirdre Desjardins, so she can complete a line of cross-examination. Internally, we've allocated up to 90 minutes. That's our internal allocation among Group 3.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Spain. And I believe what we're going to do with our time tracker, just so it's transparent to everyone, is have a separate column that will show Ms. Desjardins' time for purposes of this panel, and then you can add or subtract accordingly.
Very good. Thank
For
you.
clarity, we will do it that way. Thank you, Mr.
The
Spain.
little details I have to leave to your wonderful staff.
Thank you. Thank you. So Ms. Meserve, if we can please elevate Ms. Meserve to panelist. And you can say good morning. Come on camera and say good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning.
As far as I know, yes, the order of cross is the same as you mentioned and as we discussed last week. So that's stable. And then one thing I wanted to mention is in looking at this issue of time allocations for cross, I did notice that I have several protests that I filed and that I represent those parties on that there's been no cross time allocated. And as I got, as I think about the nature of the questions I have for the upcoming panels, certainly some of those questions would pertain to those protestants. So what I'm referring to is David Elliott and Sons Stillwater, Frank Lorette and Worcester Ranches, local agencies of the North Delta, and also Friends of Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. Those entities didn't appear in the Excel spreadsheet that your staff made. So I'm open to suggestions, but I would just like to make sure that I could have some time allocated to ask questions on behalf of those protestants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. I think they probably were intended, and we didn't necessarily list out all of the parties for all of them. They were probably included in an et al. That said, I understand your point that those parties may be in a slightly different position because of what I've already seen with respect to their claims of water rights that would be potentially impacted by the project in a different way than others. So I understand that. I think when we get to that point, if we're running up against time, let's have this discussion again. And
Okay,
talk about how to
yeah,
handle
I
it.
didn't really necessarily want to take time out of the public agency, the very large public agency
Right.
group, for those, and again, we don't need to resolve it now, but I just want to flag the issue. Thank
No,
you.
thank you. I appreciate that. And I think let me take a look at it because you're right. They're in a different position than the public agencies are in different positions, and then these entities are in different positions. I understand that. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. I will look to the room. Are there other procedural matters we should address before we move back to panel 2? Mr. Moore, if we can please elevate Mr. Moore to panelist status, and you're welcome to come on camera.
Roger Moore for California Water Impact Network. I'm having a little trouble with my camera. I'll try to get that fixed shortly. Just one small clarification in the expected order for cross. Um, uh, uh, I believe I am switching positions with Ms. Desjardins, who I think Ms. Meserve after several others is before both of us. So instead of going after Ms. Meserve myself, I believe Ms. Desjardins will be going next, and then I will be after her.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And then the other, I believe Mr. Donlin indicated that he may have some questions somewhere in there. I'm not sure. I have some arrows in my list, so I'm not sure. It may be offline. You can, if you clarify with Mr. Donlin whether how he fits into that order of things amongst the four of you. Thank you. Is there anything else we should address? And you can think about that while I look to my team to please, if we can please start bringing up as panelists our witnesses, and if our witnesses could raise your virtual hand, that would be helpful. I see we have Dr. Hatch, Mr. Singh, Dr. Priest, and Mr. Fitzhugh, and then also Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Carroll. Maybe I will start with you. Just take your appearance formally this morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And Ms. Morris, it's been our practice, I think, to elevate you as well. If you would like to be elevated, please raise your hand. There we have it. Please bring up Ms. Morris, panelist. Good morning.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris on behalf of the Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And then I think our practice also has been to bring up Mr. Krieger. Mr. Krieger, if you would like to, thank you for raising your hand. Let's please bring Mr. Krieger up to panelists.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Good morning. And I will look to my team to please, we've already heard from Ms. Meserve and Mr. Moore and Mr. Spain. If they can all have audio privileges, Mr. Krieger should have audio privileges. Is there anyone else who at this time would like to make their appearance and then have your mute button activated or unmute button activated? All right, it looks like we're set here. Good morning. Good morning to all of our witnesses. I will just remind you for the record that I administered the oath when you first joined us last week, and you will be testifying under oath today. And with that, I think I should look to Mr. Herrick. Are you here, or is it Mr. Reese today? Mr. Reese, if we can please bring Mr. Reese up to panelist.
It's Mr. Herrick.
Oh, it is Mr. Herrick, but under the IC. That's right.
I know the preference for everybody is Mr. Reese, but it's Mr. Herrick. Let me see if I can get my camera situated here so we can proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Reese. And I believe with that, I can hand things over to you to pick up with your questions.
Thank you very much, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Again, John Herrick for South Delta Water Agency et al. And as I said last week, I think I have maybe a half hour and I'll stick to that and then I'll be done, get out of everybody's way. Thank you. Welcome to the panelists. Mr. Singh, I'd like to start with you. And if we need to, I'll pull up your testimony, but I just have a couple questions. I don't think you'll need to refer that. Mr. Singh, in your testimony, you do note that the North Delta intakes under the proposed project will be operating during pulse flow periods, correct?
Sorry, could you bring my testimony? Just want to make sure.
Your testimony is DWR 100, and I'm talking about page 5, line 15-ish.
If we could please bring that up, Ms. Mullen, I'd appreciate it.
And on line 15, Mr. Singh, you can see it says the bypass rules include low-level pumping at each intake during pulse protection periods. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Pulse protection periods, that's when there's pulse flows for fisheries coming down the river, correct?
So in this context, the pulse is related to movement of fish across the screen. So there's been the high density of fish that's moving past the screen. That's what's defined as pulse period. And this was in the criteria that's in the final EIR. As I testified in my presentation the other day, this criteria has been replaced by a more refined bypass criteria as part of the final ITP.
Thank you. I'm just trying to make sure that this is referring to a time period or periods when there's elevated flow in the river for the purpose of providing fishery pulse flows, correct?
So, like I said in my before, the pulse is pulse of fish moving, and the way we modeled this was based on flow at Wilkins Fluke. There were certain criteria in terms of how flow is changing at Wilkins Fluke, and there was an increase. There was like 3 different criteria, and that's kind of a surrogate of fish movement across the stream.
Okay, Mr. Singh, I don't mean to be rude. I'm not asking what you did. I'm asking you, does this sentence refer to the North Delta intakes will be operated to some level during pulse flows for fish? If it's a pulse flow that's not for fish, let me know. I'm just asking that question.
So it's not necessarily pulse flow. It is movement of fish depending on the time of the year. And we used flow as a surrogate, change in flow as a surrogate to define that period.
Okay, never mind. That's right. Mr. Singh, the North Delta intakes, at least part of the time when they're operating, are doing that during times of high flows or excess flows to in-delta standards. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that, your question? One more time, please.
Mr. Singh, when the North Delta intakes are operating sometimes, that's to capture flows that are flowing into the Delta that are in excess of in-Delta standards, correct?
So yeah, there are times when there are flows that are above meeting all the requirements in the Delta. So that's when a TCP is operating.
To your knowledge, do those excess flows provide any environmental benefit?
I cannot speak to that.
Dr. Priest, do you know if those excess flows that I was just talking to Mr. Singh about provide any environmental benefit?
I can't speak to that.
So is it fair to say then that any potential environmental benefit from those excess flows was not part of your analysis of whether or not there was injury to legal users of water?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I analyzed the compliance locations that have water quality objectives in my analysis, and that's what my analysis is based on.
Okay, but the question was, did any potential environmental benefits from the excess flow figure into your calculations, figure into your analysis and conclusions about no injury to legal users?
I'm not prepared to speak about the excess flows today. That's not directly in my testimony.
Okay. Mr. Singh, on, let's see, page, I think it's 18. You talk about, no, that's not right. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Page 10. I'm sorry. Page 10, you talk about carriage water, correct? Page 10 of your testimony, DWR 100.
That is correct.
Do you know if the carriage water requirements for passing water through the Delta mitigate the impacts of the export of that water, or do they provide additional benefit or less benefit, or do you know?
I'm not sure if I understand your question. Could you repeat or rephrase?
Well, you understand the carriage water requirement is an additional amount of water associated with a transfer such that the transfer itself won't have an adverse effect on the Delta. Is that generally correct? Is that the right way to put that?
I'm not sure if it's a requirement, but that's an additional cost of moving water through the delta.
And do you know if that additional cost of water provides benefits to in-delta uses?
I'm not sure. I mean, typically that carriage water is to maintain salinity in the delta. So anytime we are moving additional water through the delta, there is additional outflow that's needed to maintain the salinity that would have been, without those transfers or additional unit of water. So the goal is to maintain salinity.
Do you know if the goal is to make it turn out even, or is it to provide an additional increment of benefit? If you know.
I'm not sure in terms of benefit.
Do you know, Dr. Priest?
I just know that it's to ensure compliance with the water quality requirements.
Okay, Mr. Singh, I believe your testimony references that the project will allow some carriage water, which won't be used as carriage water anymore, to be backed up in certain reservoirs. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's times where the carriage water savings, the priority, at least in the modeling, the priority is to export those savings. But if there is some limitations, it could be backed up.
And on page 18 of your testimony, I'm not trying to trick you, but you talk about, well, let's go to that. Page 18, line 17, please. And you see on page 18, line 17, you say calcium 3 modeling attempts to maintain minimum end of year storage in levels of each major reservoir. And it goes on. You see that?
Yes.
Does the modeling for the project include maintaining any backed up carriage water so that you have more than minimum end of year storage?
So in the model, the goal is to export those carriage water savings to the extent possible. But there are times where it is backed up. But in the model, we do have certain instances, especially during wet hydrology, where that saved carriage water could be moved through the DCP at a later time. But the goal is to move that water, the savings that we have in the modeling.
Yeah, so that, and I don't want to overstate that, but the model is trying to find opportunities to export that saved water rather than keep it for future years, correct?
So there could be times, if you look at, in my testimony, we're looking at end of September storage, especially for Oroville. If you look at that exceedance plot, there are times when you do see a slight increase in end of September, and that is because of the carriage water saving.
Okay, well, the question was, the modeling seeks opportunities to export, the calcium 3 model seeks opportunities to export that backed up carriage water. It doesn't plan necessarily on keeping it for future year needs. Isn't that correct?
The goal is to export that water
Thank you.
when it's allowed.
Thank you. Page 12 of your testimony.
And Mr. Herrick, I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment. I have a logistical matter. I wanted to ask the attendees. We see in our list of attendees, we have a Melissa's note taker, Otter AI, and I just wanted to verify who that is and what is it? What kind of AI tool we have in our hearing here? If you are responsible for the tool, if you would please raise a hand. Otherwise, we probably will remove it. Ms. Mertz, if we can please elevate Ms. Mertz, and I apologize, Mr. Herrick, but if we can please elevate Ms. Mertz to panelist and you can make an appearance and let me know.
Miss Kinsey, I am not responsible for the Otter AI note taker, but we are experienced with them in our organization, and it's like a super pervasive AI note taker app that if you like sign up to view somebody else's notes, then it automatically sends an Otter AI thing to all of your Zoom meetings, whether or not you gave it permission. And so our practice is to just every time we see one, kick it out of our meetings. So that person might not even be present here today.
Understood. That's helpful to note. I'm learning so many things. Thank you for that, Ms. Mertz. I appreciate that. And just so if any of you know whose whose AI we are kicking out, I will ask my team to go ahead and remove the Otter AI from the room. And I think we've already done that. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Herrick, back to you. I apologize for that interruption.
That's quite all right. I'm neither artificial nor intelligent. Mr. Singh, we're on page 12 now of your testimony. Start on line 3. Do you see that? It says diversions at the North Delta intakes are included in the export subject to the D1641 EI ratio. You see that?
That is correct.
And is that an EI ratio that applies to Sacramento River inflows?
So the EI ratio, per the definition, D1641, the inflow is the, inflow on the Sacramento and San Joaquin.
Okay.
But yeah, it does include flows from Sacramento.
Okay. And the EI ratio generally allows, depending on the time and what the D64 says, a certain amount of export of inflow, correct? Isn't that what it means for generally?
That is correct.
And so if you had a certain inflow to the Delta, once that water entered the Delta and went through the Delta, it could be, or through part of the Delta, it could be, a percentage of it could be exported, right?
That is correct.
Okay, under the project, if some of the export water is taken at the North Delta intake, then that water is not flowing through the Delta anymore, is it?
So for the purposes of the proposed operation and the modeling, inflow is still upstream of the intakes, proposed intakes, and the export term includes both North Delta diversion and South Delta diversion.
Yes, the question was, if the North Delta diversion is taking some of the water allowed under a EI ratio, the water it's taking is not traveling through the Delta down towards the existing export pumps, correct?
Yeah, the EI ratio is whatever the regulation is still being maintained because the total inflow is still upstream and the export includes DCP.
Okay, that's not the question again. That's your same answer. The question is, the water being taken at the North Delta intake under the EI ratio allowance is no longer traveling through the Delta down to the existing export pumps, correct?
That is correct. It's been diverted.
Thank you. Okay, can we go to DWR 110, please? Exhibit 110. On page 18. And it's the table 2. Yes, thank you. And you can pan down just a little bit more. Mr. Singh, you see, I don't know, 6 or 7 lines down is the SWP table A allocations, correct?
Yes. Are you talking about long-term deliveries, January through to December?
Yes. Is this page 18? This is not matching what I have on page 18.
It's matching my page 18, I think. Are you looking for a different table, Mr. Herrick?
No, it says table 2, but under SWP Table A contractors, Table A, comma, A56, A21, the existing shows 2429,000 acre feet, not 1317. What do I got wrong here?
The table we're looking at shows 13.7. Oh, your
Yes,
table shows something other than,
yes.
so 2429. So if you look at the 4 rows down, we have SWP Table A contractors, which says 2429. And then if you go 3 more rows down, we have the 1317.
Okay, I apologize for my ignorance, and as I said earlier, I'm not artificial or intelligent. So yes, it's the first one, first Table A SWP. You see that line where the first column says 2429?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I apologize for the confusion. And then if we go over 1, 2, 3 more columns, it says 2420, correct?
That is correct.
And if we pan down just so we can see the labels on those columns. Okay, well, that doesn't work. Can we make that smaller so we can see? That's good. That's good. So is it correct that the existing 1,000 acre feet under that Table A row, the 2429, that's the modeling amount of deliveries for certain contractors under the existing conditions? Is that right?
That is existing conditions as defined in the final EIR.
Yes. Yeah, and so let me stop there because that's my next question. When we go over 3 more columns, we see updated baseline. That's the baseline updated due to the take permit changes, right?
Actually, as I testified the other day, that there is a few differences there. The updated baseline has an adjusted historical hydrology, which is different than the existing conditions. It also has
climate change. That's correct. That's what my question is. That's the updated baseline for the incidental take permit analysis, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, the difference between those two is, as I read that, 9,000 acre feet goes from 2429 to 2420. So on the updated baseline, there's less modeled Table A deliveries, correct?
It's a pretty small number, yeah.
Yes.
It is, yeah.
But when we compare the DCP, the second column under existing with the DCP ITP update, we go from 2971 to 2890, correct?
That is correct.
So, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but so according to the climate change and associated changes to our modeling, we're losing 9,000 acre feet over, but we're gaining whatever that is, right? We're gaining much more than 9,000 acre feet. Is that right?
When you say reference?
Well, the percent change is on the far right. It says 19% increase, right, in exports for Table A SWP contractors, right?
Yeah, so for the new modeling from 2420, we went up to 2890, so that's a 19% increase.
Okay, so you're gaining more exports than you're losing through estimated climate change losses. Is that right?
So it's not really climate, when you say that it's climate change, it's not really a climate change scenario. It is a better representation of current climate. There is other modeling that looks at future scenarios at 2040 and 2070, but this is more a better representation based on recent climatic conditions. So I wouldn't call that a climate change scenario.
Okay, it includes climate change, but that's fair. If you don't want to, you don't want to suggest that it's solely climate change driven. Would that be right?
Yeah, so the 2420, there is other differences there in the model too, other than the hydrology, but it is based on an adjusted historical hydrology, which better represents current conditions.
Okay, Mr. Singh, are you familiar with the Delta Reform Act?
I'm not. an expert on that.
Are you aware of any statutory directives that require a decrease in reliance on the Delta in the future for exports?
I'm generally aware of that.
Is the
But-
increase in deliveries to Table A contractors, in your opinion, decreasing the reliance on the Delta?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I didn't ask for legal conclusion. I just asked for, in his opinion, if he thought that constituted a decrease. I didn't ask him to tell us whether or not that was legally the case.
All right, overruled.
Well, this project is designed to address water supply reliability over time. So what's not shown here in this table is that if you look at 2040 and 2070, even the existing conditions, there's up to 25% decrease in water supply. So what this is doing is recovering part of that will be expected in the future.
So it's your testimony that this project decreases Table A deliveries to Table A contractors at what point in time, or what range of time?
I'm not sure if I said this project decreases. What I'm saying is, with climate change, if you look at the recent reports from the department, even the delivery capability report, with the climate change and the sea level rise, the baseline exports and deliveries to state water project contractors are expected to decline. And that is because of climate change.
Okay, good enough. I had some HAB questions, which I'll not ask, so I can kind of keep to my time I allocated myself. I have a final question for Dr. Priest. Dr. Priest, your testimony includes a brief summary of your educational background, and one of those things is you're a doctor of philosophy in environmental and natural resource science. Is that correct?
Yes.
The question I have to you, as a doctor of philosophy in those sciences, and in your expert opinion, is decreasing the amount of fresh water flowing through the Delta good for the health of the estuary?
I don't think it's as simplistic. It's not a yes or no answer to that. It's not just decreasing the water. There are some months that there'll be water decreases, generally during the winter months when flows are high. But as I concluded in my testimony, it's my opinion that there will be no substantial change to the salinity constituents or HABs compared to existing conditions.
Well, isn't it true that the project always results in a decrease of freshwater flow going through the Delta out to the bay? Isn't that the purpose of the project? The reason I say that is in your answer, you said there are some months when, and so I just want to clarify, there aren't any months when the project increases outflow. It always decreases outflow when it's operating. Isn't that correct?
Maybe you should repeat your original question.
In your opinion, decreasing the amount of freshwater flow that goes through the Delta, will that improve the health of the estuary?
And it is my opinion that the changes proposed from this project will not lead to meaningful changes in water quality compared to existing conditions.
Okay, but the question was, does it improve the health of the estuary?
The entire San Francisco estuary, does it improve the health of the entire San Francisco estuary? That's your question?
Yes.
And my response is that it doesn't change the water quality of the estuary in a meaningful way.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Thank you to the panelists. I don't know if Dean has any, Mr. Reese doesn't have any additional questions from our group, so I'll turn it back to you for whomsoever may be next.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Herrick. I have on my list that Mr. Cho is next to ask questions today. And it looks like if we can please elevate Mr. Cho to panelist. Good morning.
Good morning.
And you are welcome to ask your questions of these witnesses.
Thank you very much, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good morning. My name is Austin Cho. I'm an attorney at Downey Brand. I'm here on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency and Reclamation Districts 999, 2060, and 2068. I estimated about 2 hours of questioning. I'm going to try really hard to keep within that time estimate, but we'll just have to see how things go. And I appreciate everyone's patience. Just to get this out of the way, I do have some questions for Dr. Hatch. I don't see on my screen.
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Dr. Hatch, you stated in opinion 1 of your testimony that DCP construction activities will not impact legal users of water. Is that correct?
Can we bring up my testimony?
Sure. Ms. Mullen, do you mind pulling that up?
And that's DWR 1000, it looks like.
And you do discuss this at different points of your testimony, but we can go to page 3, line 6. Do you see your opinion there?
Yes. So the construction activities will not impact legal users of water, mitigation measures in place to ensure there are not construction impacts. That's correct.
Sure. I'm just focusing on the first sentence for now. What do you mean by impact?
There won't be any real change to conditions outside of the construction activities.
You mean outside of the footprint of construction activities?
That's the goal, is with the dewatering activities, that for the intakes themselves, that the cutoff walls around the construction area would minimize the inflow, and that the cones of depression associated with dewatering in those would not extend very far beyond the walls of the construction area, if at all. And for the tunnel shafts, that only water within the tunnel shaft itself would be removed, and there wouldn't be any associated declines in groundwater levels out the cutoff walls for the tunnel shafts.
So is your testimony regarding impacts of construction limited to increases or decreases in groundwater levels around the construction area, or are you talking about all potential changes that might affect a legal user of water?
What are you referring to?
I'm asking you, when you say that the DCP construction activities will not impact legal users of water, are you qualifying that in any way, or are you broadly saying that on the whole, there will be no change to any legal user of water from DCP construction activities?
My testimony is related to the groundwater, potential impacts to groundwater. So the dewatering activities would be the focus of that, and the other aspects of construction would be outside the scope of my testimony.
Okay, thank you. So you are talking about impacts on legal users of groundwater.
Legal users of water related to potential groundwater impacts, correct?
Okay. Have you analyzed the existing surface water and or groundwater rights that are within the construction footprint?
I have not looked at the groundwater rights or surface water rights in the footprint now.
And would you consider yourself an expert on water rights?
No, I'm a groundwater expert.
Would you consider yourself qualified to opine on the existence or non-existence of injury to a legal user of water?
I believe injury is a legal conclusion. So in terms of my testimony, I can look at the groundwater changes and associated results of that and make conclusions regarding the potential impacts to those. And in this case, the impacts or the changes between the project and without project conditions are so small that there wouldn't be a real impact.
Within the context of impacts on groundwater, correct?
Within the context of groundwater, yes.
Are you familiar with the testimony that was provided during panel 5 by Adam Murdoch and Glenn Buchholz?
I am not familiar with the details of that now.
So you're not aware that they testified that there was further analysis planned by DWR to identify and analyze the extent of adverse construction impacts on existing surface water rights within and in proximity to the construction footprint?
I am peripherally aware, but not the details of what that looks like.
Is it your opinion that no such analysis is required for the scope of your opinion?
I think my testimony shows that there is an element of monitoring and the mitigation measures. So I think it's important that the impacts of construction, since conditions are possible to be different in the field than in the analysis that we've shown. And so looking at monitoring for potential impacts is an important consideration and is included as part of our project.
Okay, I think that's all of my questions for Dr. Hatch. Thank you very much. If we could move on to Mr. Singh and his testimony at DWR 100 first. Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Good morning.
On page 1 of your testimony here, you state that you are responsible for the development and application of the operational assumptions that were used in Calcim 3 for the DCP. Is that correct?
Could you point me to which line are you referring to?
Sure, I'm referring to lines 10 through 12.
So yeah, so I've been managing modeling, so implementing the operations criteria into the models. I've been involved in that work. So developing modeling tools that incorporate proposed operations of the project and looking at the results.
So you implemented the operational rules that are used in the modeling. Did you develop them as well?
I did not develop it myself. That was a coordinated effort.
Was that effort under your supervision?
No, it was not.
Did you identify who that was that supervised that effort?
I mean, in general, it will be our environmental program manager, but there is also aquatics team that is a lead on coordinating with the fish agencies.
Are there any names? Who's the environmental program manager?
So it's Carrie Buckman, and like I said, there's aquatic team working on coordination with the fish agencies.
Okay. But are you DWR's witness with the most knowledge and expertise regarding the operational modeling rules and outputs for the DCP?
I have a good understanding of operations, proposed operations.
Or are you DWR's most knowledgeable witness on this topic?
I can't speak to knowledge of other people on the same subject, but I've been pretty involved in operations criteria and modeling of that for DCP.
Do you think that there is someone at DWR who is more qualified to offer testimony on the DCP operational modeling?
Operational modeling? No.
Okay. Thank you. Are you a water rights expert, Mr. Singh?
I'm not.
Do you know if DWR has identified a water rights expert to testify in this proceeding?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you have any familiarity with water rights in the Delta?
Some familiarity, but I'm not an expert.
Could you briefly summarize what that familiarity is?
A water right in terms of state water project and CVP for our exports. And I know there's other legal diversions in the Delta, but like I said, I'm not familiar with all the water rights and details of that.
So is it fair to say that as part of your work on the DCP modeling, you did not identify water rights and beneficial uses that would be potentially affected by the project?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Would it be fair to say that as part of your work on the DCP modeling, that you did not identify water rights or beneficial uses that would be potentially affected by the DCP?
I did not identify, but we conducted modeling with the project, and that information was relayed to different experts that looked at the impacts in their area of expertise, whether it's water quality, aquatics, and so on.
Who was the DWR expert on water rights that you referred the modeling to?
I'm sorry, did I say I referred to somebody in water rights?
Well, I was asking if you looked at the water rights that could be potentially affected by the project in the course of your modeling work, and you responded, if I'm summarizing this correctly, that you referred to other experts that analyzed the modeling to make other determinations. Did that not include a water rights expert?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Is it fair to say then that all of your testimony that you've offered in this proceeding is limited to your evaluation of the modeling itself, as opposed to real conditions?
I'm not sure what you mean by real conditions. So what we have done is done a comparative analysis of existing conditions with existing regulatory environment and modeled the proposed operations and looked at what the changes would be with the project, and that was analyzed to look at impacts.
Right, but when you refer to existing conditions, you're talking about the modeled simulation of existing conditions, is that correct?
That is correct. So what I'm saying is a planning study with model for existing conditions using Cal. Yeah.
Thank you. So when you talk about operational assumptions, you're talking about the rule set that governs how CalSim 3 simulates state water project operations. Is that close enough to the accurate?
Yes, state water project, and then also proposed with Delta Conveyance, the proposed operations. for DCP and how they will be integrated with existing facilities.
And DCP would become part of the State Water Project, wouldn't it?
I believe so, but I'm not an expert on that, but it'll be part of the State Water Project once it's built. It's my understanding.
In your opinion, is it important for a hydrologic model such as calcium 3 to accurately simulate real-time operations?
I think as testified in panel 1, in terms of the tools we have, calcium 3 is the best available tool, and especially for a planning study for this project where we're doing a comparative analysis, is the best available tool we have.
Thanks. That wasn't exactly my question. I'm asking, is it important that a model accurately simulate real-time operations, not whether calcium 3 is or is not the best available?
Yes, especially if you're using for a comparative analysis, we are using with and without simulations to look at the incremental changes, and calcium is appropriate to do that.
Thanks. And you actually conclude in your testimony that real-time operations are accurately captured within the calcium 3 modeling. Isn't that correct? We can go to page 2, line 12, if that's helpful.
Yeah, we could go there. Which line was that? I'm sorry.
12.
So 12 says modeling assumptions accurately represent DCP operations. What I'm saying there is that the assumptions related to proposed DCP operations were accurately represented in the model.
And how did you evaluate whether the modeling assumptions accurately represent DCP operations?
So when I say accurately means DCP operations, they're just proposed criteria in terms of what amount of diversions are allowed, what time of the year, and making sure that translates accurately into the model is what I'm referring to there.
Right. So how did you make that determination? What did you do to do that?
It was just reviewing the modeling results and also QAQCing whether the proposed operations are matching what the project description is.
Isn't that sort of putting the cart before the horse? If you're trying to match the model results to the project description that was developed before the modeling was done, how is that useful?
I'm not sure if I understand your question. Could you repeat?
Yeah, when I asked you how did you determine that the modeling assumptions accurately represent DCP operations, I believe you said that you looked to see if the model results match the project description. Is that what you said?
Well, what I'm saying is that there is certain criteria. For as an example, say under the ITP, with certain flows in Sacramento River, say month of December, we are allowed certain diversions. And when I say accurately, that's what we model to match the ITP. And then if there's periods when we have access flows in the system, that's when DCP is operating. So that's incorporated into the model. So it's how we're proposing to operate the project, and we're trying to reflect that accurately in the model.
So you're including in that the regulatory constraints that apply to the State Water Project. You're saying that the model assumptions represent what those legal constraints are on real operations in a sufficient manner. Is that what you're saying?
Section misstates testimony.
I'll overrule it. It's a hard question to ask. Mr. Singh, of course, you can caveat as appropriate.
Could you repeat that question one more time, please?
I'll move on. You also state in your testimony that CalSim 3 does not reflect the greater flexibility that real-time operators have. Is that correct?
Yes. So definitely, CalSim is a generalized representation of state water project and CWP operation, and it is a monthly time step model. So comparing that with real-time operations that operators are making decisions on a daily time step. So there are differences or limitations related to that.
Is that limited flexibility in the modeling also due to having to use generalized operational rules?
Well, it is a generalized representation of the operations as it was described by the previous panel. And there is a good coordination between the model developers and the operators to make sure what we're modeling on a monthly time step is a good indication of how the projects are being operated.
Okay. Does the additional operator flexibility in real time have the potential to result in greater impacts to water quality or water levels in parts of the Delta than what is represented in the modeling?
I'm not sure if you could expand on that. Can you just repeat that one more time?
Sure. I'll back up a little bit. So when you are providing the caveat that CalSim 3 is not detailed enough to reflect the greater flexibility that real-time operators have, in part because of the monthly time step and the generalized rules that are input into CalSim 3, that the model results might not show a project operated as efficiently or as let's go with efficiently as what real-time operators might be able to do. Is that fair?
I think that's too general for me to have an opinion on that.
So what do you mean when you're pointing out that CalSim 3 does not reflect the greater flexibility of real-time operations? And it, beyond just saying that it is bound by a monthly time step, what does that mean?
Could you go to that my testimony? Which line are you referring to?
I think maybe if we go to page 5, lines 11 through 12, Ms. Mullen.
You're referring to line 12?
Lines 11 and 12.
So the heading there is bypass flow requirements, pulse protection periods, and low-level pumping. So that statement is in context of fish presence and movement. So in the model, this is based on the EIR modeling, but in the model, for example, for fish movement across the stream, we used a flow surrogate in the model. But in real time, there would be some kind of fish monitoring that will help in terms of how the project will be operated, making those decisions. So that statement was more focused on hydrologic conditions, fish presence, and movement in
Okay.
real time.
So what do you mean by help there?
So I'm not a fisheries expert, but for the ITP, there is going to be a real-time risk assessment of fisheries in the intake rate, and based on that, the operations could be adjusted to address help with fish movement there.
You just repeated the word. What do you mean by help?
Making sure, working with the agencies, making sure we're minimizing impacts if there are any based on those real-time conditions and information.
Thank you. So please correct me if I'm misstating this, but I believe you are pointing out that real-time operators have greater flexibility to help conditions and minimize project impacts. Is that fair?
In that particular line there, if we're talking about fish presence within calcium, we're not modeling movement of fish directly. It is a flow surrogate. So the criteria in terms of real-time monitoring could be different.
Different in a manner that you are opining would be beneficial for fish by minimizing impacts of the project, right?
Well, I don't want to, I'm not an expert in terms of fisheries impacts. So, but what I'm saying is that what's modeled, there is some real-time flexibility or information that will be considered during those real-time operations. And that's what I'm referring to.
Great. And that's what my question was going to. So does that additional flexibility that operators have allow them to change the project's impacts in either direction? So in some instances that, like you just described, it could be to minimize the impacts of the project compared to what was modeled. Could that flexibility also result in greater impacts than what was modeled?
No, because what we model, especially for this ITP, is an upper end of allowable diversion. So the impacts that you see is conservatively an upper end of allowable diversions based on the ITP.
Are you saying that the model simulates the maximum amount that DWR would be able to divert in all of the scenarios that are modeled?
When you say all the scenarios, what are you referring to?
Well, the existing conditions, the DCP, the updated baseline, the ITP DCP.
So what I was referring to was just the ITP, which is updated baseline. But when you layer Delta Conveyance project on it, that modeling is an upper end of allowable diversions according to the ITP.
So your opinion is that operators have flexibility to divert less water, but they do not have flexibility to divert more than what is presented in the model?
At least in terms of allowable diversions, what we model is an upper end of the criteria that is in the ITP.
Okay, let's drill on that a little bit. So aside from the limited flexibility that comes with the monthly time step of calcium 3, are there any other modeled operational assumptions or criteria that would not be a limitation on real-time operators?
I'm not sure if I understand. It's a pretty general question.
Yeah, I'm speaking pretty generally because I'm just looking if anything comes to mind. So we know that real-time operators are not bound by a monthly time step. They can make decisions on a daily a real-time basis, correct?
Yeah, they do make the daily decisions.
Right. But the model is constrained. So are there other constraints in the modeling assumptions that real-time operators are not bound by?
I can't think of anything at this moment.
Okay. Could we please go back to page 3 of DWR 100, Ms. Mullen? Starting on this page, Mr. Singh, you state that DWR incorporated a number of operational criteria and operational limits in CalSim 3 that are designed to minimize the effects of the new intake operations on fish passage and fish survival rates. Is that correct?
Sorry, which line are you referring to?
It's kind of a lot, maybe like 8 through 21. It's sort of this whole first couple of paragraphs.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And some of the criteria you have listed here, such as low-level pumping and delta excess diversions and carriage water exports, are not for the purpose of limiting diversions to minimize effects on fish, are they?
Which list are you referring to? The list that I see, intake, approach, and sweeping velocity requirements, North Delta bypass flow requirements, and North Delta post protection. So that is.
Yeah, it continues on to page 4 as well. Although I'm referring specifically to the bullet points that are on page 3.
Page 3. I believe that is
the last 3
page,
bullets.
Last 3. So the last 3 bullets are talking about how the North Delta intakes will be integrated with South Delta. And while we're still meeting those requirements that we have on top 3 bullets, there is some other limitations or proposed operations. And that's what the last 3 bullets are pointing out is that's how it will be integrated with existing facilities. But the idea is still to meet the operational criteria for the intakes that are based on bypass flows and other requirements, sweeping and approach velocity.
But it seems like for those last 3 bullet points, I read that as you describing them as operational criteria. Is that not correct?
Yes, it is a proposed operations for DCP. So, yes.
So the term operational criteria is not limited to operations that are for the purpose of limiting impacts on fish, correct?
Yeah, there's other consideration.
And would that also be true for the low-level pumping criteria that are described in the bullet above the bottom 3?
Could you repeat that? What about low-level pumping?
Is low-level pumping just that operational criteria point, which is part of the North Delta pulse protection and low-level pumping, is the low-level pumping itself intended to minimize impacts on fish?
So what you're seeing here is criteria that was proposed in the final EIR model. So low-level pumping during times when there is fish movement across the streams, we were allowed only a low-level pumping during that time. So it is to protect near-field effects when there's fish movement across the stream.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. But the bottom 3 bullets were not designed to minimize effects on fish passage and survival rates, correct?
Well, for example, delta access diversions, we are diverting access flows majority. That's the main diversions for DCP. But we're still required, anytime there's any diversion at proposed intakes, we're still required to meet the criteria that's in top 3 bullets. So we still have intake approach and sweeping velocity requirements.
Of course.
We still have bypass flow requirements. So this is how operations would be while meeting those criteria that's listed on the top 3.
I understand. Thank you. Is a purpose of the DCP to increase water supply deliveries to state water project contractors?
Yes, the purpose is to increase reliability of state water project supplies.
But not just reliability, correct? Also to increase deliveries from the existing conditions?
I think, I don't know if that's the purpose, but the reliability is to look at opportunities where there is flows in the system, and this project allows to capture that additional flow. And of course, that will change over time, and hydrology and climate change is part of that. So reliability is making sure we have water supply and we're maximizing when we can.
Do the operational criteria that you analyzed utilize the full face value of DWR's State Water Project permits?
If there was an objection, I didn't hear it.
Calls for a legal conclusion.
Mr. Cho, can you repeat the question again, please?
Yes, my question was, do the operational criteria utilize or incorporate the full face value of DWR's State Water Project permits?
To the extent you can answer, Mr. Singh, if you understand the question.
I'm not sure if it's an operational criteria, but within the model there are long-term contracts that State Water Project has. There is maximum table A amount, so that's part of the model, if that's what you're referring to.
But you don't know whether that maximum contract amount is tethered to a water right that DWR has?
Same objection.
I'm asking if he knows.
Overruled.
It is my understanding there is water right, but and that's what's in the model in terms of State Water Project Table A contract limits.
I'm not sure I'm fully understanding your response there, Mr. Singh. Do you believe that the Table A contract limits that are in the modeling reflect the extent of DWR's permitted water rights?
I'm not an expert on that.
So you don't have an opinion on that?
No.
Okay. Do the operational criteria or limits in the modeling include any non-physical limitation beyond the Table A total amounts that you described on the total volume of water that DWR can divert in a given year?
Vague as the non-physical limitation.
I'm trying to distinguish between the intake capacity that DWR might have. Is there any other type of limitation on the amount or volume of water DWR could divert?
Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Yes. Do the operational criteria in the modeling limit the total volume of water that DWR can divert on an annual basis?
there is a flow rate. I'm not, there's no volumetric.
Let's move on to another topic. Are the D1641 water quality criteria for the Western and Interior Delta incorporated as additional operational criteria in Calcim 3?
When you say additional, in addition to what?
In addition to the operational criteria that you identify in your testimony.
So yeah, so operations, DCP has proposed intakes have operations criteria, and then there is D1641 requirements that model is trying to meet.
And on the next page of your testimony, on page 4, you do reference the export inflow ratio limits, correct?
That is correct.
And those come from D1641?
Yes.
But I didn't see anywhere in your testimony where you describe the salinity requirements for the Western and Interior Delta as operational criteria. But it sounds like you just responded that they are, in fact, incorporated as operational criteria for the model.
So there is yet D1641 requirements in the model that is trying to meet on a monthly time step.
Was there a reason why you did not describe or reference those operational criteria in your testimony?
There's no particular reason for that. It's Calcim 3 is a tool that's been used to model CWP and state water project operations for quite a time now. And in terms of what's in the model, I didn't list out each and every detail in my testimony.
Fair enough. If we could change gears a little bit, Ms. Mullen, and pull up Exhibit DWR 414, please. And if you could scroll down just a little bit to for this title page here. Mr. Singh, do you recognize or are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am somewhat familiar with this one.
This is the 1981 contract between DWR and the North Delta Water Agency for the assurance of a dependable water supply of suitable quality. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it your general understanding that DWR is required to operate the state water project in compliance with the requirements of the 1981 contract?
That will be more a question for the operators, how they operate and what the requirements are.
Understood. I'm just trying to get your understanding of whether this is something that the state water project operations are subject to.
It is my understanding, but like I said, I'm not, probably operators are in better position to answer in terms of how they operate to meet this contract.
Understood. If we could scroll down, Ms. Mullen, to Article 2A. I forget which page it's on. It's on the next page. Oh, you've gone too far.
So there we go.
Up to the top. Great. And it might help if we could zoom in a little bit on that top left quadrant of the page. Mr. Singh, are you generally aware that there is an obligation for DWR to meet water quality criteria under the 1981 contract, which are the better of either State Water Board water quality standards such as D1641 or the criteria that are established in the 1981 contract?
I'm generally aware of this contract and the requirements.
And just again, speaking to your familiarity and awareness, is it your understanding that the 1981 contract uses a 14-day running average of mean daily electrical conductivity to measure water quality?
Yes, that's what it says.
And are you aware that the primary water quality monitoring location that is identified in Article 2 of Edmonton was relocated to 3 Mile Slough?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And under Article 2A, Roman numeral 3, are you aware that the 1981 contract specifies that the water quality criteria shall be met at all times, which is in contrast to the Western and Interior Delta water quality standards of D1641?
That's what it says, and not that 2A3.
Thanks. And do you have a guess as to why it would be important to North Delta landowners that the 1981 contract has salinity criteria during the months of August, September, and October and November?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. If you know, Mr. Singh, you can respond.
I'm not sure.
Are you generally familiar with agricultural farming practices and timing?
In general, yes. And I know there's D1641 requirements, April through August.
Till August 15th, correct?
Yes.
And do you know if irrigation water is applied after August 15th in the Delta?
I'm not sure we're in Delta, but I'm not expert on that in terms of timing of different crops and what time.
Okay, that's fair. Ms. Mullen, can we scroll down to between pages 4 and 5? And I'm looking for Article 6. Do you see that Article 6 with the header flow impacts there, Mr. Singh?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that it states that the state shall not convey state water projects so as to cause a decrease or increase in the natural flow or reversal of natural flow direction, or to cause water surface elevation in delta channels to be altered to the detriment of delta channels or water users within the agency?
Yes, I can read that. Yeah.
And I'm almost through with this this exhibit. If we could just go to page 5, the top. Hello. DC continuing Article 6. The 1981 contract specifies that if diversion facilities within the agency must be modified as a result of altered water surface elevations, then DWR is responsible for all diversion facility modifications required.
Yeah, I can read that.
Great. We can pull this exhibit down, Ms. Mullen.
Mr. Cho, would this be a good time for a break?
One more question on the contract, and then we can split off the break.
Great.
With 2 sub-questions possibly. Are you aware that there are times that DWR must operate the state water project to meet the 1981 contract, and as opposed to D1641?
Objection calls for
To the extent you know within, um, with the caveat that you're not a legal expert, you can respond, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the operators take this into account when they operate the project, so it's probably a better question for the operators.
Okay, so unlike the water quality criteria of D1641, is it true that the 1981 contract water quality criteria are not incorporated as modeling assumptions for the DCP?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, that's a modeling assumption.
What we've been talking about this whole time so far.
That's overruled.
Are you referring to calcium 3 model?
Yes.
So I think as was also discussed in panel 1, calcium 3 is a generalized representation of a state water project and CVP operation. And it does look at, some regulatory requirements in the Delta and try to operate the project based on hydrology and other legal requirements or regulatory requirements based on those constraints. And the goal is to emulate what operators do when they operate the project.
That didn't answer my question. I'm understanding your description there, that you want the modeling to reflect the operational parameters that real-time operators follow.
Yeah.
And my question is, are the 1981 contract criteria in any form incorporated into those modeling assumptions?
The 1981 contract criteria is not exclusively in calcium assumptions, but calcium is a generalized model and it has other requirements and guidance that it uses to operate the project.
So, okay, we can stop there and take a break.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:43. Thank you. All right, 10:43. I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Thank you. And I also wanted to note for the record that in addition to Board Member McGuire, we also have Board Member Morgan in the virtual room with us. And with that, I will hand things back over to you, Mr. Cho.
Thank you very much. Mr. Singh, let's change gears to the ITP refinements described in your supplemental testimony, which is DWR 110.
Okay.
As a quick prelude to that, Ms. Mullen, do you mind first going to DWR 100 and page 4? You see starting on line 9, you state in your testimony that the ITP was expected to be more restrictive than the EIR and will further limit diversions.
That is correct. Yep.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, if you could now switch to DWR 110. And page 19, please. And if we go to the bottom half of that page, starting in this section, Mr. Singh, you describe preparing a set of figures to show long-term monthly average EC for purposes of comparing the new updated baseline and ITP DCP scenarios at 4 locations. And those would be in figures 19 through 22. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And unlike the 93 and or 94 year simulations that are described in your original testimony, this is a new simulation period that uses a 100-year period. Is that correct?
That is correct. The model that was used for the ITP modeling was extended from water year 2015 to 2021.
And was that just part of the improvements that were made to simulating the actual hydrology?
Yes, part of that effort, since the final EIR, there's always refinements and improvements to Calcin 3. And as part of the long-term operation consultation for the reclamation and state water project, that's the model that they used with the 100-year hydrology.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we please scroll down a page to see figures 19 and 20? So these are some of the long-term monthly averages of mean daily EC at Edmonton and 3 Mile Slough. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I believe you testified on Thursday that the incremental changes of adding the DCP were similar to the EIR modeling. But you can see which of the 4 modeled scenarios has the highest EC during the months of July, November through November at Edmonton, and also July through October at 3 Mile Slough. Do you see which scenario that is?
Repeat your question. Which location are you referring to?
Let's start with Edmonton.
Okay.
The months July through November, do you see which of the modeled scenarios shows the highest monthly average EC?
Yes, it'll be the ITP DCP scenario.
Looking at figure 20 for 3 Mile Slough, if we look at July through October, it's the ITP DCP that has the highest salinity in each of those months, correct?
It is, but the purpose here was to look at incremental changes. There is differences in the baseline itself. So for the updated baseline, we used adjusted historical hydrology compared to the existing, which was just a historical record for the last 94 years. So updated baseline does include some adjustments based on the last 30 years of climate that we have seen. So the baseline is, there are differences in the baseline, the updated baseline compared to the existing. That is also because of the changed hydrology. But these figures were more looking at, in my testimony, the incremental changes with and without DCP between the two models.
Okay. Generally, on an incremental basis, this shows that EC is generally increasing under the updated baseline and the ITP DCP for those months, correct?
July through November, yes.
And would you say that this is reflective of the ITP baseline and ITP DCP scenarios being more restrictive than the EIR in terms of limiting state water project diversions?
So the effect of the project is the incremental change, not EC with project in isolation. So what you see is an increase that is a different hydrology. There is a different regulatory requirements. It also has voluntary agreements in it. So there's other changes in the baseline, but the focus here was the incremental changes.
If all things, I understand what you're saying there, that there are other variables at play. If we could pull back a little more abstractly, I guess, just on I'll scratch that. Dr. Priest, real quickly, would the incremental increases in EC under the ITP DCP scenario change the long-term monthly average increases that you identified at Edmonton and 3 Mile Slough in your testimony?
Change.
Are you asking for clarification?
Yes, please.
Oh, sure. So when you analyzed relative increases in EC, you were looking just at the modeling for the EIR, is that correct?
That's correct.
And part of your analysis included conclusions on, for instance, the number of days of exceedances of D1641 water quality criteria across the entire model period, correct?
That's correct, when the standards were in place. Yes.
Given we have a delta between the EIR model DCP scenario, let's take October at, just for illustrative purposes, I'm not referring to any specific D1641 criteria right now, just looking at the differences in water quality measured here. If we look at October at Edmonton, under the EIR DCP scenario, eyeballing it, it looks like it could be around 1,600 millisiemens per cubic centimeter. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And if we look at the DCP ITP scenario, EC is now at maybe closer to 1,800. Do you see that?
I see that.
Is there a potential for the given, sorry, scratch that. Given this difference in EC in certain months between the ITP DCP and the EIR DCP, do you think that there might be cause to revisit your testimony regarding the number of days of exceedances of D1641 water quality criteria, for instance?
No, because the incremental changes relative to the baseline or existing conditions are similar.
But the EC overall is higher, correct?
In October, yes, but the incremental increase that's shown by the ITP DCP is similar to the incremental increase that you would see under existing conditions relative to.
Okay, I'll have some more questions for you, Dr. Priest. Let's move on to page 22, Ms. Mullen, please. Mr. Singh, you describe another set of figures. This time they're exceedance charts of daily average EC, referring to 34,000 days of the simulation period. Do you see that on line 3?
Sorry, yes, roughly 34,000 data points.
Okay. I became a lawyer, so I wouldn't need to do math, but if we're looking at 34,000 days, that would mean that we're talking about a 93 or 94 year simulation period again, wouldn't it?
So yeah, so that chart does have 2 models, which is a final EIR modeling result and the updated model. So the number of points are different in terms of each model. The older model was the 94-year simulation, and the updated ITP model is a 100-year simulation. So there is a difference in terms of number of days in those respective simulations.
So are there actually more than 34,000 data points reflected in this?
For the ITP model, there will be more.
Okay. Can we quickly go to your PowerPoint, which is DWR 101R? And slide 37, please. And Mr. Singh, these charts are just replications of the figures in your supplemental testimony, correct?
That is correct.
And these are specifically the charts relating to Edmonton?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is the highest monthly average EC on the left figure, roughly?
In October?
Sure.
Yeah, between 1,500 and 2,000, 1,800, 1,900.
Okay. And this may be just my lack of understanding of exceedance charts, but do you see on the y-axis of the right chart there, the scale of EC goes up to 6,000 millisiemens per centimeter, correct?
That is correct.
And does that mean that there are individual daily mean EC data points that are contained in this right side chart that that approach that 6,000 EC level?
That is what the exceedance plot is showing. It's based on daily mean for the whole period of simulation.
Why is the highest EC so different between these two charts? Is that purely because one is daily mean EC and one is monthly average?
So the chart on the left is daily mean EC for a given month. So all the Octobers, all the days in October, for example, if you took a mean of that, that's what's represented in the left chart. And on the right is each individual day plotted as an exceedance plot.
Right. Do you know when those highest daily mean EC spikes on the right-hand chart occurred in the simulation period?
It is in the modeling output, but it's sitting here right now. I can tell you when.
Do you think it might be important to water users to know about those high EC spikes when analyzing water quality impacts?
So what I see on the chart is the incremental changes with and without project. And that was the focus here, to show change with the project compared to the two baselines, and if those incremental changes with DCP are similar.
Right. And my question wasn't going to that, Mr. Singh. I'm asking if you know why it might be important for a water user to know about potentially high EC spikes that are not reflected in a monthly average like the chart on the left.
I cannot speculate on that. Why?
You don't know why it would be important for a farmer to know about high EC spikes on a daily basis?
I think we talked about it in terms of ag users. The EC is important, but in terms of those spikes on a given day within our project, they look very similar to me.
Similar to what?
With and without project.
Okay. Ms. Mullins, could we just scroll down one more slide to slide 38? This is just the same setup, but for 3 Mile Slough, correct?
That's correct.
And as with the previous slide, we can see the highest daily mean EC within the modeled simulation period is about 3 times higher than the average, or I'm sorry, 3 times higher than the highest monthly average. Is that generally correct?
That is correct.
Thanks. Back to your supplemental testimony, DWR 110 on page 30. This is about water levels now. And at lines 2 through 5, you state that the diversions, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go. Lines 2 through 5, you state diversions are not likely to impact existing legal water users' ability to divert water from that river. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Great. And I don't want to retread any of the ground that Mr. Herrick already covered, but just quickly, is it your opinion that a half-foot change in water surface elevation does not affect a water user's gravity-fed siphon during what you would consider high flow periods?
So just going back to the sentence there, if you look at the whole sentence, what I'm saying there is that focusing on the minimum water levels. So with DCP, we're not seeing, if you look at the results, daily minimum water levels to be lower, especially during that low flow period, 50 to 100% exceedance levels. So that's what I'm referring to there.
But you didn't analyze any potential changes in water surface elevation in the context of Article 6 of the 1981 contract for North Delta, did you?
I'm trying to remember Article 6. Is that
Article 6 had the provision stating that DWR cannot operate the State Water Project to alter water surface elevations, channel flows, or cause reverse flows that would be to the detriment of water users within the agency. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah. So my analysis here was focused on changes with DCP, based on how we're proposing to operate the project. Primarily, the diversions are December, January, February period when we have access flows, and then looking at water levels where exceedance plots that I have, the most change is in terms of minimum levels is just downstream. And that's normally in the exceedance plot is showing between 10 to 20% exceedance levels is when you see that change. And for periods when we have low flows and correspondingly low water levels with the project, those results don't show any change. And then as you move away from the intakes, those curves that we looked at are pretty much on top of each other, indicating no changes in terms of minimum stage with the project. That's what my testimony and conclusions are based on.
So the answer to my question, though, is no, correct?
I didn't look at that Article 6 of the contract, no.
Okay. Likewise, on page 31, Ms. Mullen, this is your testimony regarding reverse flows. You state that the ITP refinements will result in increased frequency of reverse flows in the Sacramento River upstream of the intakes, correct?
Sorry, which line?
11 through.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you look at the frequency of reverse flows in the Sacramento River downstream of the intakes?
I do not have in this presentation in terms of reverse flows downstream. But this analysis here was primarily focused on looking at the Freeport water intake operations and its relation to the sewer discharge location and how those operations would be affected. In terms of downstream of the proposed intake, the bypass criteria is based on looking at flow reversals downstream and impact to any fisheries. That was done as part of the aquatic consultation process.
Okay, so forgive me for parsing this, but so you did look at reverse flow impacts downstream, they're just not part of your testimony?
When you say downstream, could you be more specific, like which location?
I mean, anywhere in the vicinity that could be affected by reverse flows caused by operation of the intakes. Your testimony focuses on potential impacts upstream. I'm just asking, did you draw a line and only look at impacts upstream of the intakes, or did you look at any areas that were downstream of the intakes?
Not a similar analysis, but we did look at, say, reversals at Georgiana Slough, and that was more from fisheries perspective.
Okay. But you did not analyze any changes to flows or reversal of flows in the context of compliance with Article 6 of the 1981 contract, correct?
No, I did not look at Article 6 of contract.
Okay. Is DWR committed to coordinating its operation of the intakes to mitigate impacts to other water users who may be affected by reverse flows, either upstream or downstream, beyond Sacramento Area Sewer District and Freeport Regional Water Authority?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Okay, I've got some questions on bypass flows. If we could please go to the chart DWR 104 revised, please, Ms. Mullen. And let's see. On the first page, in the 5th row down, we have the FEIR DCP column, which refers to bypass flows set by table 2. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then the ITP DCP uses bypass flows in table 3, correct?
That is correct.
Do the bypass flows that are laid out in table 2 still apply as an operational limit on DCP diversions?
So the last two columns, especially the last column that you're referring to, table 3, is the updated bypass flow criteria based on the DCP's incidental take permit, which was, I think, sometime middle of February is what that change happened. And the second column is what's in the final EIR modeling.
Right, but does the adoption by CDFW of the ITP for DCP mean that the bypass flow table 2 that was analyzed for the EIR is no longer relevant or in effect?
So part of my testimony was analyzing the ITP and proposed operations there, and looking at the changes that we see with the project on this new baseline. And the conclusion that was in my testimony was that the changes with the project are similar to what we have in the final EIR. So in terms of impacts that we see or any conclusions that we made in the EIR are still valid. The ITP DCP criteria in general is more restrictive. And there was a plot that I have in my testimony that looks at North Delta diversions as an exceedance plot compared to the EIR criteria. And it clearly shows that allowable diversions based on this criteria are lower. So based on that, the FEIR modeling or any conclusions that we have are still valid.
I'm just asking about table 2. In particular, table 2 sets out the allowance for low-level pumping from October to June, correct? And I don't see a similar low-level pumping allowance under the table 3 bypass flow requirements that the ITP sets. So is low-level pumping still an operational parameter, or does the ITP render that obsolete?
So it is low-level pumping was a criteria in the final EIR, which allowed up to 6% diversion.
Right.
And the new ITP criteria that was replaced by a refined bypass criteria. So as a matter of fact, there's more times where we are allowed only 6% under that ITP. So there's still flows between, say, for example, October through June period, or December through June period for the flows between 10 and 20,000 CFS. We are only allowed 6% diversion, similar to low-level pumping.
Okay. So am I reading table 3 correctly that, if we could scroll, Ms. Mullen, to table 3 on page 9. If we look at the December through February category, for instance, on the far right column, there are different amounts of required bypass depending on the amount of minimum flow, correct?
That is correct.
And at that 10,000 to 20,000 CFS, there's it specifies 94%. Is that reflective of the 6% you're talking about that is preserved in this new scheme?
That is correct. So between those flows, what's listed in column of the last column is the bypass flow minimum or bypass flow requirement. So if you take what's the allowable diversions, that's 6%.
Okay, so this actually, it seems like it would allow larger percentages of low-level pumping than what was specified in table 2, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. If you can go back to table 2, low-level pumping was a criteria that allowed up to 6% diversion. And that is now replaced by this refined bypass criteria, which essentially is 6% up to flow less than 20,000 CFS. And then as the flows increase, that changes.
Okay, this may be my own failing. I'm just struggling to try to do an apples to apples comparison to understand, how low-level pumping would be conducted under the table 3 regime. It seems like there is, to the extent that low-level pumping is still sort of an exception to the bypass flow criteria, as long as you're above 5,000 CFS, there are greater allowances for DWR to conduct pumping at these different gradations of required minimum bypass flows. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Section vague ambiguous as to time and flow on the chart.
I mean, I'm speaking pretty broadly because it's again, probably a failing of mine to fully grasp how this is being operationalized and whether under the ITP, DWR is basically getting an expansion of the low-level pumping allowance that was identified in table 2, which was capped at 900 CFS, where I don't see a similar cap under table 3. Is there one?
So you are referring to 900 CFS cap during low-level pumping during pulse period that was there in the EIR. That cap is not there, but the criteria is overall refined, so it's kind of hard to make a direct comparison. But the 6% or 10% in terms of allowable diversions, those are different than what was in the ITP. And ultimately, if you look at the exceedance plots for allowable diversions, they clearly show that allowable diversions under this new criteria is lower than the criteria that was in the EIR.
Okay, I think I can skip through some of these. We go to carriage water savings, and this I think will require us to go back to DWR 100. And page 10, please. So, Mr. Singh, you describe how the DCP intakes will improve flexibility for the State Water Project to shift operations between south and north diversion facilities so that DWR can manage water quality in the Delta. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear, by water quality, are you referring to anything other than salinity?
I think what I'm describing there, it was mostly salinity.
Okay.
And that's how it's being modeled.
And are you able to just briefly say how that shifting in operations for carriage water savings activities were modeled?
So yes, so shifting, this is mostly happening in the model during summertime or under balanced conditions. So with the existing facilities right now, when there is some stations that are controlling, they're looking at mostly the Western Delta, Jersey Point, and Edmonton. So Jersey Point, Rock is controlling, that is more affected by operations of the pump or making changes at the South Delta facilities. And if Edmonton salinity is controlling, that is more responsive to releases. So what the model is doing is during those periods, looking at times when the Jersey Point is controlling, shifting some of those exports from south to north that helps with the salinity at Jersey Point and also results in carriage water savings. So that, in short, is the operations that we have that are happening during summertime and balance conditions. And what the model is doing is to mimic how the operators would do it in real time.
So given that the 1981 contract criteria are not part of the modeling assumptions, is it accurate to say that the shifting operations that were modeled do not reflect any operations meant to comply with 1981 contract criteria in the late summer and early fall?
I think, as I mentioned earlier, the 1981 contract for water quality at 3 Mile Slough is not explicitly modeled in calcium. Calcium does look at other stations in the Delta, like Jersey Point, Rock Slough. There's some guidances based on operator feedback, and that's how the model is operating to meet in general the water quality requirements that we have in the Delta.
Isn't Jersey Point a monitoring location further to the south that these shifting operations would be meant to address when you're balancing between south and north?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, you said that the North Delta 1981 contract criteria are not explicitly in the modeling assumptions, but that other water quality locations are, and that DWR operates in accordance with those, correct? And you mentioned Jersey Point to Rock Slough, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Isn't that used for shifting operations from the south to the north to manage salinity at Jersey Point?
Yeah, in the model, yes, that is an indicator that is being used, or the times when we're shifting typically Jersey Point is controlling.
Okay, so in September, what would be the analog or the benchmark that is used in the modeling that would direct diversions from the North Delta intakes to the south?
And maybe in the model there is, in addition to D1641 requirements at Jersey Point, there is also, based on operator feedback, some guidance requirements for Jersey Point that are beyond August. So it is my understanding the model is using that.
Again, Mr. Singh, you're referring to Jersey Point.
Yes.
Which is used to detect salinity and potentially shift operations from south to north facilities, right?
That is correct.
What if it's flipped and you need to shift? Is there anything, I guess, beyond the August 15th date for monitoring water quality at Edmonton that would prompt the modeling to shift operations from the North Delta intakes to the south for purposes of managing salinity as you describe in this section of your testimony?
The shifting is typically from south to north. In the absence of that, we're always maximizing south first. So are you saying, so maybe I didn't follow your question in terms of shifting from south to north?
I mean, I think you're starting to answer. Are you saying that because the default preference would be for south, this entire section on shifting operation for carriage water savings is only meant to shift from south to north?
Yes, so shifting is from south to north, and this is during balanced conditions. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions for Dr. Priest, and I realize this is taking a little bit longer than I was expecting. So I think I could probably finish in 35 minutes.
Great. Let's give it a shot, please.
Thanks. Good morning, Dr. Priest.
Good morning.
Are you a water rights expert?
I'm not.
Are you qualified to conclude what constitutes an injury to any legal user of water?
I can use the water quality objectives and am able to compare, for planning purposes, if this project will exceed those water quality objectives or not.
But that doesn't go to the conclusion of whether an injury exists or not, does it?
That's defined by the State Water Board through the water quality objectives.
Right. And so you are not in a position to opine on whether a legal user of water has been legally injured, are you?
No, but I can use the objectives
Understood.
from the water board
And
to make conclusions.
Great. Are you familiar with the water rights and beneficial uses of water within the Delta?
I am, to some extent, for example, for electrical conductivity and chloride.
And what does that extent entail? Did you identify and analyze any individual water rights in the Delta to analyze impacts of EC or chloride?
No, I just use the water quality objectives in the water board.
Does the water board's water quality objective identify any individual water rights or uses by individual diverters?
I'm not familiar with those details.
Okay. You said in response to Mr. Herrick's questions last week, I believe, that your determination of no injury to legal users of water was based on D1641. I think you summarized that somewhat just now as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is your determination that you provide in your testimony solely based on your belief that DWR will continue to comply with D1641 requirements?
Yes, but I do also look at the incremental changes between the two scenarios as well to make that conclusion.
So would your conclusion change if DWR is unable to maintain compliance with D1641 water quality obligations?
Well, as I showed in my testimony, the project would continue to comply, or if the model doesn't show compliance, the operators would be able to comply in real time.
Yeah, so this is more of a hypothetical question for you then. If it were evident through the modeling or through recognition by the operators or something else that DWR would not be able to comply with D1641, would your conclusion about injury change?
I'm using the standards, the water quality objectives that are in place to make my conclusions.
I understand that part. And applying those standards, if DWR was not able to meet those standards, would that change your conclusion about the existence of injury to legal users of water? It's not a trick question.
The hypothetical, though,
Yes. Hypothetical.
and I'm using the best available information that I have to make my conclusions.
I'm asking a hypothetical. I'm not asking what information used. Let's assume, for the sake of this hypothetical, that you are using the best available science, that you've consulted with real-time operators, and you've looked at the modeling, and everything indicates that DWR is not going to be able to comply with D1641 requirements with this project in place. Would your conclusion about injury to legal users of water change in that instance?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence, and incomplete hypothetical.
I'm not assuming any facts right now. I'm purely lodging a hypothetical.
And I'll allow the question. I think we're, as I understand it, we're just trying to get to your understanding of legal injury, Dr. Priest. So please go ahead.
I would definitely have to reconsider my opinion if that was the case.
Fair enough. Let's see. So would you agree then that the State Water Board needs to have sufficient evidence before it in this proceeding to fulfill its responsibility to protect legal users of water from
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Let's start again, Mr. Cho, so I think you were interrupted in the.
Yeah. Would you agree that the State Water Board needs to have sufficient information before it in order to fulfill its responsibility to protect legal users of water from injury that you attributed to it?
What do you mean that I attributed?
You said that you said that the State Water Board is the state entity that determines whether a legal injury. Let me start over. You said that the State Water Board determines when there may be injury to a legal user of water, correct?
Correct.
And in order to make that determination, would you agree that the State Water Board needs sufficient information before it makes an approval in a water right proceeding so that it can make that finding of no injury to legal users of water?
Objection as to relevance?
Overruled.
I will state that I use the best available tools to provide that information and did a full analysis of these water quality constituents to provide the information to the state board using the water quality objectives that are in place.
Okay. If we could go to your testimony at DWR 400 at page 3. And in this first paragraph on page 3, you indicate that salinity in the delta has an inverse relationship with the amount of freshwater delta outflow. Is that fair?
I state that the primary source of delta salinity is the seawater intrusion from the west.
Yes, and when is that seawater intrusion at its greater magnitudes?
When the outflow is low or when tidal flows are high.
Okay. And water management upstream of the delta influences the balance of salinity in the delta, correct?
That's correct.
So if water management upstream of the delta causes less fresh water to flow into the delta, how would that reduced fresh water flow typically influence delta salinity?
Well, as I concluded in my testimony and in the technical reports that support it, there would only be, well, in many months, there would be no change depending on the site that we're talking about. And in the winter months, there may be some small incremental changes.
I'm speaking more abstractly here, and we can treat this as a hypothetical if it's helpful for you. But all things constant, except for this variable of water management upstream of the delta. If upstream management causes less fresh water to flow into the delta, does that typically have a positive correlation with salinity levels or an inverse relationship?
Section vague and ambiguous as to upstream management actions.
Mr. Cho, will you please clarify?
Well, I'm referring to language in Dr. Priest's testimony that refers to upstream management. Hydrology and upstream water management operations influence delta inflows. That's on lines 3 and 4.
Thank you.
Yes, and I considered that when I conducted the analysis for electrical conductivity through the modeling outputs. And I concluded that there would be no substantial change.
Would operation of the proposed DCP intakes that are upstream of the delta ever cause an increase in freshwater flows into the delta?
That would be an operational question.
I mean, I think it's just a very basic plumbing question, actually. If you have an intake set to divert water upstream of the delta, which would thereby remove part of the inflow into the delta, would that removal of freshwater inflow ever cause salinity in the delta to go down?
As I stated before, I looked at the salinity for multiple locations in the delta, and I concluded that there would be no substantial changes. If you would like to pull up a plot.
Dr. Priest, I'm not asking for what your conclusions were. I'm trying to engage with you on your understanding of potential impacts to legal users of water. And this is more of a kind of foundational question relating to that. And I think it's a pretty simple one too. I was hoping that we'd be past this question by now. Would you like me to rephrase it?
Sure.
Okay. Operation of the upstream intakes for the DCP can only have either no effect on salinity in the delta or an increase in salinity in the delta, correct?
It's a broad question. When are you referring to?
In all instances. There are only two options. Do you disagree?
I just don't think it's a simple yes or no answer. It's a complete change of operations. There's different operational constraints that are going to be in place. When the months that the water will be diverted, the periods when there are different amounts of water in the system. And so I'm stating that I used model inputs, which is the best available tool that I had, to make conclusions on the salinity in the delta from operating the project.
Okay, I'm pressed for time. I'm going to move on. Thanks. Calcium 3 includes an algorithm to operate the State Water Project in order to meet D1641 objectives, among other requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, I think Mr. Singh just testified to that.
And it's in your testimony at page 5. If Ms. Mullen, if we could please scroll up. So lines 14 and 15, I believe. You refer to that algorithm among other requirements, correct?
Yes.
What other requirements are you describing there?
I will defer to Mr. Singh about the requirements that are used in the models. I'm simply using the modeling outputs for my analysis.
So you, Dr. Priest, I spent a long time with Mr. Singh, so you don't know what those other requirements are offhand?
That is outside of the scope of my testimony. Like I said, am relying on the modeling outputs and coordinating with Mr. Singh to address what information is used in the model.
Dr. Priest, for one, I'm allowed to ask you questions outside the scope of your testimony. Two, this is specifically, literally your testimony. You say among other requirements. I'm just trying to get your understanding of what those requirements are. If you don't have an understanding, that's fine, and we can move on.
We can move on.
Thanks. You did not prepare any testimony analyzing the updated baseline or ITP DCP scenarios, correct?
That's correct.
So in referring to this algorithm that Calcium 3 uses, you're only talking about the general operational criteria and operational limits that Mr. Singh discussed in his testimony, the original testimony, I should say.
That's correct.
Okay. But would you agree that the algorithm, as you use that word, would also include the water quality objectives for salinity in the western and interior delta from D1641?
I'm using the objectives that he stated that are included in the model in my use or interpretation of the results from the modeling output.
And you understand, I believe Mr. Reyes testified to this in a previous panel, that the algorithm or the operational rules that are baked into Calcium 3 are, I believe he described them as generalized rules. So they're not the exact water quality criteria of D1641, but they're meant to approximate them. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, and the purpose of me using that output was in a comparative fashion. So I'm trying to compare two scenarios with that output.
Understood. So to your testimony at page 7, lines 3 to 16, you talk about those results for impacts to salinity at different monitoring stations. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, and these salinity level results, these are all presented using monthly average EC. Is that right?
Which site are we talking about?
Everything discussed on page 7 here.
long-term monthly averages.
Yep. Does D1641, to the extent you're aware, does D1641 impose water quality objectives on a monthly average metric?
I also have a table in my technical report that calculates using the 14-day averages that uses for the D1641 compliance period. But at the locations that are outside of the D1641 compliance locations, I did use the monthly long-term averages. So Mr. Singh just presented in his testimony that he also showed the daily averages as well.
So your answer is no, though. The D1641 has a 14-day running average, correct?
I calculate for that in my technical report that supports my testimony.
I'm asking about D1641, Dr. Priest. I'm not asking what you did.
Well, I'm talking about D1641. For the compliance locations, I calculated the percent of days of potential exceedances using the same 14-day running average.
Your testimony here on page 7 refers to long-term monthly averages, correct?
At 3 Mile Slough, which is not a D1641 compliance location, looking at long-term monthly averages.
If we could scroll up to page, actually the top of page 7 and then the bottom of page 6. So this paragraph, paragraph 14, describes EC at Edmonton, correct?
Correct.
And this refers to modeled monthly average EC, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you aware if the 1981 contract uses a monthly average metric for compliance with its water quality objectives?
I know at 3 Mile Slough, it uses a 14-day running average.
Is 3 Mile Slough the only water quality monitoring location identified in the 1981 contract, to your knowledge?
No.
Okay. If we can look at your EC report, which is DWR 402, at page 6. Wait a minute. That's not the right page. I'm sorry. It's on numbered page 7, PDF page 22. I'm sorry about that. You state that on a long-term average basis, the modeled monthly average EC levels at Edmonton are 9% higher under the DCP relative to existing conditions. Is that correct?
Are up to.
Okay.
About 9%.
And in the next section, you make a similar finding for EC at 3 Mile Slough. And that's on page 31 of the PDF. We could scroll to that quickly. And you find that based on long-term monthly averages, the EC levels are up to about 8% of an increase relative to existing conditions at 3 Mile Slough. Is that correct?
I don't think we're on the right page.
We're at page 31.
We're at PDF 31. We maybe need to
Oh, I think we just need to scroll down. I'm
scroll
sorry.
down. Yeah. There we go. 3 Mile Slough. Should there be a table here?
What's the bottom? It's the third line on the bottom, starting with thus on a long-term average basis. Do you see that, Dr. Priest?
Yes.
Okay. Do you use the term long-term in this report the same way that Mr. Singh did in his slides, referring to basically long-term monthly average?
I'm referring to the 93-year period of record, looking at the long-term monthly average over that 93-year period of record for the individual months.
But you're averaging every month within the 93-year period and then providing the mean for each month, correct?
Yes, the long-term monthly average. That's correct.
If a shorter than monthly average metric were used, could we potentially see additional EC increases beyond what's described in your in this report?
Well, first, Mr. Singh shared daily averages, and we looked at that figure together and noted that the incremental differences in the Delta Conveyance project were similar to those that occur under existing conditions. And then I also, Mr. Singh shared daily exceedance plots, and the conclusions are very similar to monthly, so I do not think we would see any increased exceedances beyond what I'm showing in my report using the long-term monthly averages.
Would a long-term average increase of 9% at Edmonton or 8% at 3 Mile Slough potentially have a greater impact on water users than a short-term increase of 9% at Edmonton or 8% at 3 Mile Slough? And we can use the monthly versus daily increments if that's useful for your answer.
Well, as I conclude, looking at D1641, during that April through August period, we are complying with those water quality objectives almost the same as we are with existing conditions, less than 1% more of an potential exceedance, but that those would be operated in real time, so that we would not be having additional exceedances compared to existing conditions. And then in terms of the North Delta Water Agency, for those locations, we're continuing to meet the contract requirements.
And we'll get to that in just a minute. Are you aware that Mr. Reyes testified earlier in this proceeding that the DSM-2 model underestimates EC observations, particularly during dry periods?
I'm not familiar with his testimony.
Do you have any reason to disagree with his testimony?
I think he's the expert in him and Mr. Singh are the modeling experts.
So recalling back to your discussion with Mr. Herrick last week about the table EC4, let's see, which I think is on the same page.
I think
We could scroll up as
yeah.
So do you recall your conversation with Mr. Herrick about this table?
I do.
In light of the fact, as Mr. Reyes testified, that the model may be underestimating salinity, does that in any way, in your opinion, undermine the certainty of table EC4?
No, because the purpose of this table is to compare two scenarios. So it's still valid. We're making a comparison between two scenarios with the same assumptions.
I don't want to walk through that entire line of questioning again, but I think Mr. Herrick established through some hypotheticals and even hearing officer Kenzie did as well, where there could be scenarios if the model has a bias in underestimating salinity, that you could have a no project and with project difference, and the line between compliance and non-compliance is right in the middle. And so even if you are only talking about the comparative aspect, comparing the two, if the model is underestimating salinity, you could have a difference in the number of days exceeded, couldn't you?
My understanding is that it is still appropriate to compare because you're using those same assumptions. And Mr. Singh, do you have anything additional to add to this line of questioning?
I think as you said, we talk about it in comparative mode. So,
Mr. Singh, you're on mute. It would your Zoom is on there. Thank you.
apologize. Yeah, so I think in terms of comparative analysis, it is still this table here looking at the differences, even if there's a bias under both existing and Delta conveyance scenarios, we can still use that as a comparative analysis for differences being very similar or very small.
Okay, but the chart still does show that there are days in which D1641 would be exceeded at certain locations. And I do promise we'll move on. But Dr. Priest, you testified earlier that it's your opinion that the 4.36 and 4.66% that are identified at Edmonton are, in your words, an artifact due to the discrepancy between time steps of CalSim-3 and DSM-2. Is that correct?
The two modeling time steps, CalSim uses the monthly and then DSM-2 uses a 15-minute. So that would be the reason that we're seeing these exceedances. And my understanding from talking to the operators that they would meet these objectives in real time.
And you might have answered this before, but I don't recall. Why do we not see those artifacts at all the locations?
That's,
the discrepancy between the time steps is the same.
Yeah, that's outside of my expertise. I'm not a CalSim or modeler expert.
Sure. Is it possible with the knowledge that you have that a time step mismatch could also produce results that underestimate the number of days of exceedances?
I don't feel comfortable speculating about that.
If we could jump really quickly to DWR 110, which is Mr. Singh's supplemental testimony, to page 25.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, could we ask about how much longer Mr. Cho has as we're approaching the noon hour?
Sure, Mr. Cho.
I think I probably have 20 more minutes. I'm sorry, I was trying to rush through some things, but got stuck.
No, I understand. And I think I'd like to go ahead and move through this and see if we can get to the end before we break for lunch.
Thank you. So let's see, table 3.
I think we want page 25.
Yes. And Dr. Priest, you see on table 3 here, this is a comparison of the number of days exceeded at Edmonton. And it's comparing the existing, the DCP, the updated baseline, and the ITP DCP, correct?
Yes.
And I know that you did not analyze this for your testimony, but do you see how the percent of days exceeded drops in the updated baseline and ITP DCP compared to the existing and DCP?
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate, this is not my testimony, so I cannot speculate to the reason for that.
Does that change at all or qualify your theory that the EIRs showing of days exceeded, that 4.36 and 4.66% of days exceeded are a product of an artifact because of the model time steps? As far as I understand, the model time step discrepancy is still present in the ITP modeling. So does your opinion change at all based on the change in days exceeded presented here?
My overall opinion, or what are you specifically asking about?
Well, you concluded in your testimony that the fact that the modeling revealed any days of exceedance of D1641 could be a product of the time step discrepancy between CalSym-3 and DSM-2, did you not?
Yes, and I also stated, and I believe this is true under any of these scenarios, that the operators will meet the water quality objectives in real time.
But that's not reflected in these charts, right?
Well, I state that in the testimony that the operators would be able to meet this in real time, and any specific questions about that directed towards that panel.
Understood. Okay, let's jump to the 1981 contract and your testimony at DWR 400, page 6, please. So at the top of page 6, and we can scroll to 5 if needed, but I just wanted to identify that you pointed out 3 additional North Delta locations that you looked at: Sacramento River, 3 Mile Slough, Rio Vista, and Steamboat Slough at Sutter Slough, correct?
That's correct.
And are those 3 locations all monitoring locations under the 1981 contract?
Well, in 1981, it was originally Edmonton, but it moves to 3 Mile Slough.
Right. Are you aware that there are 7 water quality monitoring locations under the 1981 contract?
The purpose of my analysis was to give a representative analysis of locations that could be impacted.
Okay, so just to make clear, you did not review water quality at Sacramento River at Walnut Grove?
I did not.
What about the North Fork McCallany River near Walnut Grove?
The 3 locations that I analyzed that are relevant to the North Delta Water Agency contract are the 3 that are on the screen here.
Okay, great. If we could go to page 16 of your EC report, DWR 402, where you describe the 3 Mile Slough EC. Page 16, please. And is it your general understanding that DWR is obligated to meet the requirements of the 1981 contract in all months?
I don't think we're on the right page.
Oh, this is the numbering thing again. If we could go to PDF page 32, please. Okay, and starting in line 6, where you describe the Bay Delta plan objectives at Edmonton, and those go from April 1 to August 15th, correct?
that's correct.
Is it your general understanding that the 1981 contract applies in all months?
Correct.
So on line 11 of this page, you state that per the contract, there are different ranges of EC criteria based on water year types beginning August 16th. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you rely on the 1981 contract itself for your description?
The description of what?
The sentence I just read to you for you stating that per the contract from August 16th through November 30th, and so on, continuing that sentence.
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, could we please go to DWR 414? And Dr. Priest, do you mind pointing to me where you derived the ranges that are based on water year type from the contract?
If you could scroll to the page with the graphs.
Should be towards the bottom. There.
Yes. If you keep scrolling, could you please flip that page?
PDF is Adobe is upset about this, I think.
Okay.
I think we'll
So
get
that,
through it. No,
yeah.
I can't see it either. So
Okay.
just give us a moment. There we go.
So
And
that's the figure that we're looking at. We're on the right figure.
Right. So where does it state for Edmonton that beginning August 16th, based on water year types, there is a specific EC criteria?
Well, I think we're talking about 3 Mile Slough. Is that correct?
Well, we are talking about 3
Yeah.
miles, but Edmonton was the original modern year location, and so it's a difference
So
in.
if you look on the x-axis, it's acre feet in millions. And so that's the Four River Index, and you can use that. They use that to calculate the different water year types, and so you can determine what the water year types are based on the acre feet in millions.
So you're referring to the Four River Index when you're describing water year types as a shorthand?
That's correct. And that's what it states on the graph too. The horizontal axis is in terms of millions of acre feet of predicted flow using the Four River Design Index from the most recent issue of Bulletin 126.
And where does it state beginning August 16th?
So the August 16th date was chosen because the water quality objectives are in place through August 15th.
So again, that's basically an inference or a shorthand that you're using to characterize the contract criteria, correct?
Well, this graph shows the contract criteria, and I used this in combination with the water quality objectives that are in place April through August to conclude if the project would continue to meet the contract requirements.
Right, I understand that, but I'm just trying to make sure that it's clear, because it's not in your testimony, that the language you used, and including the reference to August 16th being a start date per the contract, and specifications of year types, that these are your own interpretation of the contract and they are not expressed in the contract themselves, correct?
I think this figure shows the different water year types because the water year types are based on the Fore River Index of acre feet in millions.
I'll move on. We could please jump back to section 4.2 of your EC report, DWR 402 at page 31. And on this page, you conclude that based on the model results of monthly average EC, the EC levels with the project.
We're on the wrong page.
I think we just need to scroll down. So in the section 4.2, you conclude that EC levels with the project would be below 1981 contract criteria in all year types except above normal water years. Is that correct? And I'm sorry, I should clarify too that it's a small percentage of above normal water years, correct?
Yes, on a long-term average basis, that's correct.
You already acknowledged that the 1981 contract criteria are not based on a long-term monthly average of EC, correct?
Yes, but I also testified that I looked at the daily averages as well.
Well, the contract doesn't, the contract runs off a 14-day mean daily average, correct?
I understand that, yes. And I'm looking at the incremental changes, and I looked at both a daily and a monthly.
But this report does not state that. That's just part of your separate testimony, correct?
This does not. Well, I looked at the 14-day running average for the water quality objective, so not at this specific location, but at Edmonton from April to August. But for 3 Mile Slough, yes, long-term monthly average. And yes, go on.
Okay, so you did not look at the 14-day running average for 3 Mile Slough?
No.
Thank you. In discussing the frequency of exceedances of 1981 contract criteria, I believe you're referring to that 2% of contract exceedances that are modeled in above normal years in both the with project and without scenarios. Is that correct?
That's correct. The exceedances are identical under both existing conditions and project in the below normal years.
But I believe above normal years was the.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
Let's see. Find the line for that.
If you scroll down. In the, yes, it's starting on line 18 and above. So to clarify, I meant above normal years.
Thank you. Are you aware that EC has exceeded 1981 contract criteria at different times over the life of the contract in real life?
I'm not familiar with the real-time operation,
okay,
but I can see it through the modeling.
Based on your general understanding of EC, very broadly speaking, not tied to any contract criteria, is it your understanding that EC levels are tend to be higher in dry and critical years compared to above normal or wet years.
In general, that's correct.
Just trying to see if I can skip through any of these. Oh, this is more of a quick just clarification. If we could please go to figure EC13 in your report, which I believe is on
I think we're at it right
page
here.
32. Okay.
Yeah.
And just really roughly eyeballing it, could you please just take note of the EC levels for October and November? And this is at 3 Mile Slough.
Yes, so this is the long-term monthly average considering all water year types.
Right. And you can see that the EC here, let me make sure this is the right one I'm looking at here. You know what, for interest of time, I'll move on. On page 32, line 16 of this report, you state that the modeled maximum monthly average EC level in all year types falls below the contract criteria. Is that correct?
Could you please scroll down?
It's on starting line.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought we were looking at the table. It says except and above normal years.
Great. Was there a, I guess, reason why you looked at modeled maximum monthly average versus 14-day running average for 3 Mile Slough?
Looking at a worst case scenario and being able to compare that to the numbers in the contract agreement.
I guess just to round things out then, based on your expertise and analysis of salinity in the Delta, does an increase in contract criteria as modeled that occurs only in above normal water years comport with your understanding of salinity conditions in the Delta?
Clarify, those exceedances occur under both existing conditions as well as the project exceedances are the same under both scenarios.
Right.
And I can't speculate to why that is occurring in those water year types.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks, Dr. Priest. And thank you all the other panelists as well. I'm complete.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. We are at 12:17. I'll give us almost an hour. Let's go ahead and break for lunch and return at 1:10. So we'll see all of you at 1:10. If you are able to stay in the room, I appreciate it. All right, welcome back. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready to go back on the record?
I am indeed.
Thank you very much. And I will just orient us. We are reconvening for our afternoon portion of our hearing with respect to the proposed Delta Conveyance project by the Department of Water Resources. We are continuing with our panel 2, and welcome back to our witnesses. Thank you for sticking with us. I believe we had completed cross-examination by Mr. Cho, and I will look next to our list. My guess is Mr. Ferguson. You may be next up, but not Ms. Tabor, who I had written down. But if that is correct, Mr. Ferguson, if you would please raise your Zoom hand and we can promote you to panelist. If we can please bring Mr. Ferguson up to panelist status. Oh, I also see Ms. Tabor. And let's please also bring Ms. Tabor up to panelist status. I am looking to my team. Can we bring up Mr. Ferguson and Ms. Tabor? And Mr. Ferguson, I see either of you. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kenzie. Kelly Tabor from Somac Simmons and Dunn on behalf of the County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, the City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Ferguson.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ms. Kenzie. Sorry for any confusion, but Ms. Tabor is going to be handling the cross-examination. Thank you.
I jumped ahead. I apologize. Thank you. And with that, Ms. Tabor, let me make sure that I have Ms. Carroll with us. Good. And I believe we have our witnesses. So with that, I will hand things over to you, Ms. Tabor, for your questions for these witnesses. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Ms. Carroll.
DWR would like to object to Ms. Tabor's participation this afternoon in conducting cross. We filed on April 11th that we believe there is a perceived conflict, and we are still in ongoing discussions with the SOMAC firm. We'd like to request that Ms. Tabor delay her cross until the end of this panel so that we can continue our conversations.
Ms. Tabor, do you have a response to that request?
I will, but Mr. Ferguson may wish to speak first.
Thank you very much, Hearing Officer Kenzie and Ms. Tabor. Aaron Ferguson, appearing on behalf of the County of Sacramento, Sacramento County Water Agency, City of Stockton, and Sac Sewer. I'm going to be handling the response to this objection on behalf of Somac Simmons and Dunn and its clients. Somac Simmons and Dunn disputes any actual or perceived conflict that DWR is asserting, and we reserve all our rights in that regard. But we are continuing to meet and confer with DWR in an attempt to resolve the dispute. And we would just ask that Ms. Tabor be allowed to continue with her cross-examination now, even though we're continuing to meet and confer. So.
Yes, just to add to that, Hearing Officer Kenzie, we've coordinated, spent a significant amount of time with the other protestants trying to coordinate cross-examination among a large number of parties at times that will work with people's schedule and in given consideration of the length of hearing days. And it's, if I were to not conduct my cross this afternoon, other parties would not be prepared to go forward who are scheduled to go after me. It's possibly one, but it creates conflicts with my schedule to have to defer my cross-examination to some undetermined future date when I do have known conflicts coming up. So we would object to rescheduling my cross-examination.
Thank you. And then Ms. Carroll, is there anything you want to add?
Potentially, if SOMAC is allowed to proceed during this hearing process, once we conclude our communications, we may not reach a resolution, which would result in us coming back to this hearing officer to potentially deal with the cross that was conducted. I'm hoping that we can prevent future delay and disruption to the proceeding by having Ms. Tabor rescheduled. But we do fully reserve our rights and our remedies moving forward with respect to this issue.
Noted. Maybe, Mr. Ferguson, do you have, I know this is, but based on your schedule on the meet and confer, I mean, I know some of us are in this hearing for the next 2 days. And I don't know but do you have any guesses or about when this matter might be resolved and not either settled or the sort of the disagreements clarified, if that's how it ends up?
Well, we believe we're making good progress, but we certainly have important issues to resolve. I would hope within the next day or two, we're near final and knowing that it's going to work or it's just not going to work. So
thank you. So Ms. Tabor, are you available on Thursday? That would be the 24th, or do you have other conflicts on that day?
I can be available on the 24th.
What I'd be inclined to do, and I would look to others who may, to the extent you're prepared, I realize I don't want to put others on the spot and I do want to keep moving forward, but that is what I'm thinking, is that it may just at least to give you another day and a half, if you will, to continue your discussions behind the scenes, if that's possible. Let me look to, I see the hand of Ms. Meserve. Ms. Meserve, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I just want to object to DWR interfering with its own hearing based on, something that it wrote an email about on April 11th. That is a very weak description of a perceived conflict. If DWR had evidence of such a conflict, then DWR needs to take the actions that it, wants to take, whatever those are. But to interfere with the hearing process and malign Somac Simmons and Dunn, and cast a shadow over all the work that firm's doing on behalf of these agencies in Sacramento County that is under the footprint of this project and probably has more direct impacts than any other protestant, except for maybe County of Stockton, which I represent. I just think it's an abuse of the process, and that I just don't think that anything should be adjusted based on these weak allegations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And
I'll add, Officer Kinsey, that by deferring my cross-examination, I'm not available to monitor the hearing tomorrow, so I will not have the opportunity. I've been carefully monitoring the testimony and the cross-examination that came before me to try to tailor my cross-examination to avoid duplication and objections, which appear to be repeated from the department. And so I won't have that opportunity. So I would request that the hearing officer take that into account at the time that if I have to, I'm forced to conduct my cross-examination at a later date.
Understood, Ms. Tabor. I can understand that. I think Ms. Desjardins has a hand up and has not yet spoken today. So if we would please bring Ms. Desjardins up to panelist status, and you can make your appearance and then also comment if you would like.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research and PCFFA, IFR. And I did want to say that DWR's objections are starting to be disruptive. I mean, when I announced at the end of the previous hearing day, the times where they objected and said you only have 20 minutes to cross. So we did a lot of work to try to, and I was I did take into account your concerns about hearing efficiencies, and I see no reason why this objection could not have been raised this morning. And to spring it on Ms. Tabor and make the objection, there was extensive coordination with all our parties about who would be going on and when. And it's just, it's just disruptive. The objections are disruptive. I found the ongoing objections during my cross-examination took a lot of time. It appeared.
Ms. Desjardins, I think I appreciate your comment. I've heard you about the disruption. I do want to note, please be careful. This time the time that you speak in this hearing, it's a chess clock approach. So this comes out of your cross-exam time. So I am asking for an efficient use of time. But I understand your point and your concern here. I think with respect to this, I mean, I read the email and the objection. I do want to be very sensitive to obviously client confidentiality and those issues. I also would prefer not to get, I don't know that it's my role to get into it, but if I can facilitate a resolution in advance, I would be inclined to do that because of just sort of generally sensitive that if there is an issue, having no opinion whatsoever, on the underlying facts, if there were an issue with client confidentiality, I am a little bit concerned about proceeding with cross-examination without that being resolved. If Ms. Tabor can be here on Thursday, and that can at least, it also gives me a little bit of time to think more about the issue. I also, just as a point in response, Ms. Desjardins, I think Mr. Ferguson is here, which indicates to me this is not a complete surprise, although it's a bit of a surprise to me. So what I would like to do is next is look to our list of other cross-examiners to see if we can continue, because I also don't want to delay the hearing. So I will look to Mr. Schutz. Thank you. If we can please promote Mr. Schutz to panelist, and you can make your appearance and comment about whether you're ready to go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kenzie. Chris Schutz for the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. I'm prepared to proceed with cross-examination now if that's necessary and what you determine is appropriate.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And can you remind, I have written down here about 1 to 1.5 hours. I realize that these are estimates, but does that remain roughly?
That remains accurate. I can't imagine it would take more than 1.5. I'd hope that it would take less.
Thank you. So I think let's go ahead and do that. Ms. Tabor, we will pick up with your cross-examination on Thursday morning. If someone is in the middle, we'll finish, with what we have left from Wednesday. And then we will start with your cross-examination of this panel Thursday morning. I will be prepared to think about this issue that has been raised so we can be prepared to move forward one way or the other. But I'm really encouraged that obviously, and it sounds like you're working in the background, the SOMAC firm and DWR to continue to discuss and see if you can work out the client ethical issues in advance. That would certainly be appreciated. So I would plan to proceed with Mr. Schutz, but in the meantime, I see let's go ahead, and Mr. Busher, who has not been up on camera. Can we please promote Mr. Busher to panelist? And you're welcome to come on camera.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kenzie. Eric Busher for San Francisco Baykeeper. I have another conflict at 4 o'clock today that I didn't think was going to be an issue given Ms. Tabor and Mr. Schutz proceeding ahead of me.
Understood.
I can try and resolve that. I can try and start first thing or next tomorrow morning if that's where we land.
I think we can work around it. I see Mr. Moore's hand, so my next question is going to be for Mr. Moore, whether he could potentially reorder with you or Ms. Meserve. So I appreciate that, and I realize you made your plans, and based on what we knew, that was a perfectly appropriate timing. It would have made sense. So let's see if we can work that. Did you have something else to comment? I'm sorry.
I agree with Ms. Meserve. And I'm not sure why we need to delay this process, given the 11 days since we got notice of this from DWR on the listserv. That's not my call, but I agree with Ms. Meserve's point. It's the only other thing I'd add.
Thank you. And we already brought up Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, do you have any, I think you had a hand up, so do you have a comment, and would you be prepared to conduct cross sooner than anticipated?
The short answer is for this afternoon, unfortunately, no. I'm on standby in another matter and as Ms. Tabor and Ms. Desjardins mentioned, the protestants spent some really extensive time attempting to coordinate and resolve scheduling issues. You have consistently, begun panels by asking about procedural matters. DWR knew they had this pending and said nothing then. And so while I'll defer to my colleagues who may be ready and wish to proceed, I do remain concerned that the way that DWR has handled this has the potential to be significantly disruptive in our process, and would hope that something like this would not be handled the same way again.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I think we have, let me look to Ms. Desjardins, since we have you up as a panelist. Would you be prepared to conduct cross-examination starting this afternoon if we had time for that? I realize it's a significant
I was actually looking into the calcium code based on some of the cross-examination questions and the responses, and it would be significantly prejudicial if I didn't have time to do that and had to go early.
All right.
Because Ms. Tabor was bumped.
Let's do this. Let's proceed with Mr. Schutz. I think I would like to defer Ms. Tabor, and I realize this reordering may affect some of you. If we need to break early today, we can do that. It's I think DWR is the most anxious party here to move this proceeding forward, so that will be, I think, a burden on them. But
Kenzie, I do have one last comment. One thing I'm concerned about with respect to the delay is if we don't have it resolved on Thursday, and we keep having to think about these sorts of extensions, and that seems like it could be very disruptive. I mean, I appreciate the accommodation and allowing for some additional time to help work this out, but I'm just concerned about that potential if we don't resolve by Thursday. The other thing I'm concerned about is, as Ms. Tabor said, she's not able to monitor tomorrow, and so I think it may present some challenges in terms of her, kind of knowing what's been presented and responded to tomorrow, and to be efficient on Thursday. And those are a couple of things I'm just concerned about with respect to the delay.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. No, I realize it's I plan to resolve this one way or the other on Thursday. That does give me a little time to think about the issue. Frankly, I'm just not. I don't think I'm comfortable making a decision sitting right here, given that client confidentiality is not necessarily a light issue. Again, having no opinion about the underlying facts and whether the allegations are warranted or not. But that is potentially a significant issue. So I do want to have some additional time to think this through. But my intent would be to move forward one way or the other on Thursday, because I don't want to continue to defer this. And we do need to move forward. So thank you for that.
Thanks for the consideration.
Ms. Meserve.
Sorry, just one other point, that I believe that DWR had the notice of intent that included Ms. Sherrock on it in August of last year. So the idea that the cross-examination was some kind of new information to DWR is incorrect, apparently. So I would just take that into account in terms of, again, all we have here is an email that says DWR perceives a conflict. We don't have any information. You don't have any information. None of us do. So why are we changing everything to stop the train, DWR's own train? You know, so I would say if this, you know, the whole hearing is going to need to stop if this kind of disruption is going to keep going based on baseless claims, apparently.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Ms. Carroll, do you have anything to respond?
As you said, you know, this is in DWR's interest to continue this hearing as expeditiously as possible. We are not in a position where we want to create any delay and are totally open to any of your suggestions as to how to resolve this quickly and without getting off of schedule.
Thank you. All right. I think the next step is to proceed with thank you, Mr. Schutz, is to proceed with Mr. Schutz. Ms. Tabor, we will plan to return to your cross, because I want you to be able to plan your future too. To return to your cross-examination as soon as we can on Thursday, keeping in mind that I like to, whoever is crossing, we will finish if we break in the middle, and then we will pick up with you. I appreciate in advance that this reordering may cause some burdens. Like I said, we will if we need to break early today and pick up in the morning. But for those of you who are on my list, I know I didn't ask every one of you. If you are able to pick up after Mr. Schutz, I will turn to you and would appreciate that. But with that, Mr. Schutz, do you have questions for these witnesses?
I do. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, one of the protestants in this proceeding. And most of my questions, almost all of them, are for Mr. Singh. I have a couple of questions at the end for Dr. Hatch. Could we please bring up Mr. Singh's PowerPoint, Exhibit DWR 101R, and turn to slide 4? And I don't know if it's just me, but I'm seeing the entire field and I'm not seeing, there we are. Thank you. And if we could go to slide 4, please, Ms. Mullen. Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, you say that the baseline operations changed because of the ITP and the new biological opinions and other factors in bullet 1 here. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And those other factors include climate change, hydrology added to the ITP baseline. Is that correct?
Yes, is what we're calling adjusted historical hydrology. That's part of the baseline, yes.
And the ITP baseline also includes a simulation of the proposed voluntary agreements under the so-called Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, correct?
That is correct.
Please turn to slide 5, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Before I continue, Ms. Kenzie, as a matter of housekeeping, one of the things I've had problems with throughout this hearing is that these slides are often not numbered in these presentations. And so even as I'm following along here, I don't know whether what slide we're on short of following myself. If you could somehow instruct going forward participants to include slide numbers on their slides, I think it would be helpful for all of us.
I agree. Thank you. I agree. Heard, Mr. Schutz, and I will try to making a note to see if I can include that in our instructions going forward. But everyone who's listening, if you would please, it assists everyone. That's a good point. So thank you, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, the first bullet states that the approach and sweeping velocities at the North Delta diversion are required on an instantaneous basis, correct?
That is correct.
So if the sweeping velocity, for example, fell below 0.4 feet per second due to tidal action, DWR would make up the time period during the day when it could not divert at the North Delta diversions by increasing the rate of diversions at other times during the day. Is that your understanding?
So you're talking about sub-daily diversions at the intakes.
Correct.
So it really depends on the volume of diversions that we're getting from calcium. So these requirements like 0.2 feet per second, 0.4 feet per second, they are based on instantaneous requirements, and that is being implemented in the model. And what we found is that based on volumes that are coming from calcium, a majority of the time we are diverting that during the day.
Thank you. And if Miss Desjardins would mute, please, that would be helpful to me. So to state it another way, you modeled the North Delta diversions based on the assumption that the average daily diversion would not exceed the bypass flow requirements. Is that correct?
So the way we modeled is, yes, we have calcium that is providing us a monthly volume, which is, going into DSM-2, and then the simulation is happening on a sub-monthly or daily time step, 15-minute time step, taking into account the volume that is allotted for that day and these instantaneous requirements.
And so it's your understanding that the diversion criteria are stated as criteria for a day. Is that correct?
Which criteria are you referring to?
Your North Delta diversion criteria.
In terms of allowable diversions?
Correct.
Yeah. So this slide here is talking about the final EIR model. So as you know, there were some changes from the EIR to the ITP.
Yes, I understand that, and we'll get to that. But my understanding is that the instantaneous diversion requirement did not change with the ITP. Is that also your understanding?
In terms of the approach and sweeping velocities, that is correct.
Thank you. Could we please turn to exhibit DWR-104 and go to page 9? It's 104R, excuse me.
And I think that's what I think we have R here.
That was what you had. Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. Singh, these on page 9, we have in table 3, the ITP bypass flow requirements, correct?
That is correct.
So going back to the questions before, is it your understanding that the figures here apply on a basis where the rate of diversion is averaged over one day?
That is correct. There is a daily allotment, and we are trying to divert that by meeting instantaneous requirements on sweeping and approach velocities.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, if we could expand the footnote so Mr. Singh can read it, please, and the rest of us as well. Sort of zoom in on that. I know it's difficult because it's wide. Mr. Singh, are you able to read that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Would you please review this and tell me when you're finished, and I'd like to ask you some questions about it.
Yes, I've read it.
Thank you. There are a number of conditions in table 3, as shown in footnote 4 here, that could potentially change based on real-time monitoring and adaptive management, correct?
Are you, when you say number of criteria, can you point to which criteria are you referring?
For example, the percentage of allowed diversion into some of the categories on the far right column. Those could change, could they not, based on real-time monitoring and adaptive management?
That is correct. The ITP does allow for some flexibility based on real-time conditions that are in footnote 4. But what the third column is the upper end of that. As I testified in my testimony, for the modeling purposes, we did use the upper end for allowable diversions.
I understand. We'll get there in a minute. And do you read the footnote to mean that potential changes could be more restrictive of diversions and some potential changes could be less restrictive of diversions?
Where are you seeing that? I'm trying to read that.
For example, there are risk assessments on the fourth line down. It would inform real-time operations as follows. November default criteria could be transitioned to December criteria, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that would be more restrictive than the November criteria, correct?
I'm just trying to see this table. If you scroll up, the
You
November.
scroll down, I believe, to see
Oh,
the
yeah.
November criteria on page 10.
So the November criteria is minimum outflow of 10,000 or bypass of 10,000 CFS.
Right.
So we were allowed diversions above 10,000. Whereas in December.
Whereas those in December have more restrictions on diversions when the flow is above 10,000 CFS, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And then on the other hand, we see in the second line, and I don't remember what the whole acronym is, but the North Delta Diversion Monitoring Team, I believe it is, would be convened weekly, and based on the presence of fish, as I understand it, in the next couple of lines, they could allow more, either more or less restrictive diversion criteria. Is that your understanding of how the monitoring team would act in real time?
I have a general understanding what the monitoring team would be doing. So there could be some changes to the criteria, the range of criteria that's possible.
Thank you. But as you stated before, your calcium-3 modeling modeled the most potential delta diversions that the current ITP would allow. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we go back to Mr. Singh's PowerPoint? That's DWR 101R, and go to slide 45, please. Now here it says, Mr. Singh, that the DCP operation will increase water supply for state water project table A contractors by 19% and 22% under the FEIR and ITP baselines, respectively. Is that what it says?
That's correct.
aren't the 19% and 22% numbers reversed? Didn't you mean to say that under the FEIR, the increase would be 22%, and under the ITP, the increase would be 19%?
That is correct. It's 19% under ITP and 22% under final EIR.
Thank you. So under the ITP modeling, what you've stated here is that table A water supply would increase by 19%, correct?
That is correct.
Let's look at slide 6, please, of this same. Thank you. So this restates what you just told me, that you use the upper end of the potential range of allowable diversions, correct?
That is correct.
So thinking about the 19% figure that we just saw on slide 45, isn't it true that that is kind of an upper end of the number of the increase in table A diversions, and that depending on the actual diversions that were allowed in real time, it could be less?
That is correct. If those percents were to go down, that number will change.
Thank you. Could we please look at DWR 104R at the top of page 6? And if we could zoom in a little bit, that would be helpful. And if you'd zoom in a little more, thank you. And just scroll down so we can see the very top of the page. Scroll up if you would, please. Thank you. Mr. Singh, are the requirements shown in Table 2 still applicable with the ITP in place, or are the Table 2 requirements superseded by the ITP bypass flow requirements shown in the same document in Table 3?
So the bypass flow requirements are superseded by what's in the Table 3.
Thank you. And so you showed this Table 2 in this exhibit in order to show the diversion criteria that you used in the FEIR modeling. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay, but these are, we could say, under the ITP, these criteria in Table 2 would be obsolete, correct?
They have been refined by the ITP. Yes.
Thank you. So let's please return to Exhibit DWR 101R, slide 7. And if we could, thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And you do a wonderful job, and I don't know how you do it. Thank you very much. Mr. Singh, you don't show the diversion criteria for July, August, or September on this slide, do you? Or in this PowerPoint?
No, in this PowerPoint, this table is just kind of an example of the changes, but it is not a comprehensive list. It does not have the months that you mentioned. Yeah.
Those months are shown on page 10 of DWR 104R, the summary of diversion criteria. Is that right? And we can go back and look if you like.
Yes, I believe if you go to the previous slide, that criteria is listed there.
Okay, thank you. Now, could we go down to slide 8, please, of this? Thank you. Now, Mr. Singh, is it correct that the ITP diversion criteria do not allow what the FEIR called low-level pumping when the flows at the North Delta diversion are between 5,000 and 10,000 CFS?
So as I have in this slide, low-level pumping was the criteria that was in the FEIR criteria and modeling, and that refers to 5%, 6% of Sacramento River diversions, so that the diversion, the bypass is never below 5,000. That has been replaced by the bypass criteria in especially for the months December through June, the minimum is 10,000 CFS instead of 5.
Thank you. And if we could please continue down to slide 10. Mr. Singh, I'm particularly interested in the second bullet that reads, no additional stored water is diverted at the proposed North Delta intakes in the model. Do you see that?
Yes, see that.
So in order to explore this statement, I would like to bring up exhibit CSPA 002, which I sent to the AHO earlier. Do we have that? And if we do, could we bring it up?
Bring it up. I believe we do, but we'll bring it up. We have it. It's just a moment for us to bring it up.
All right. So I'd like to offer a little context here and explanation of what I'm going to do in terms of laying foundation for this exhibit. I generated exhibit CSPA 002 from the model output for the calcium 3 modeling for the DCP incidental take permit. This output is available on the AHO FTP site in the folder entitled DWR Modeling Files. I'll firstly briefly walk through how I open the files in order to establish foundation. I'll then show how I selected lines from the DCP off files and DCP on files. I'll show a few plots I generated using the HEC DSS view program that the model output files are presented in, and ask Mr. Singh some questions about them. These calcium 3 model output files are stock and trade for people like Mr. Singh and in his line of work, but I'll go through the exercise so that hopefully everyone can follow.
Hearing officer, we'd like to object. This is more appropriate for she's in chief. We're happy to have Mr. Singh respond to any cross questions.
Well, he wants to. This is his chance to cross-examine Mr. Singh, unless you're planning to bring Mr. Singh back in some other time in the hearing. So I anticipated the objection, but I think this makes sense to me because Mr. Schuetz, working with the model is complicated, and this is Mr. Schuetz's chance to ask Mr. Singh about how the model works. So I'm going to allow it here. I mean, the objection is noted, but I am going to allow Mr. Schuetz to continue because I think it's just in the nature of this complex model. Questions about complex models, put it that way.
And it's true that to some degree I could use or anyone could use model output to put on case in chief testimony, but one would not have the opportunity to ask Mr. Singh questions about it under those circumstances. And I also considered simply putting up the plots, but I figured that Ms. Carroll would object for lack of foundation. And so I would like to, continue here to just briefly do go through how I generated the plots and then ask a few questions about the plots, and it won't take long.
I would like a request that we have a little bit of time for our witness to review, just so that he could understand. It might make things proceed more fluidly and without delay, just due to the complexity of the modeling.
So review, just help me understand, Ms. Carroll, review what?
The cross exhibit that's being presented for his questions.
How about this? Let's go ahead, if we can, let's let Mr. Schutz explain it, and then we can, if we need a break or we need a pause or something like that, let's follow up with that.
Okay, thank you.
We'll start with that. And
I think that's reasonable. And this is, for folks who do this all the time, this is relatively simple. I realize it's not so for many others.
Right.
So to start, I open the DSS View program on my computer, and using the program, I open the model output files for the DCP ITP, which I had previously downloaded from DWR. And if you can zoom in a little bit, sort of, you don't need the bottom so much here right now, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. That's great. You can see the files in the first figure here at the top of CSPA 002. On the sixth line down, I took a screenshot, and you can see the name of the DCP off output file. And to the right of it, you see the name of the DCP on output file. The file that is currently opened has a white background, and the file that is currently not opened has a gray background. Does this all make sense to you, Mr. Singh?
Sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I can't see, I'm sorry, what row we're talking about. Also, I'm just going to put a standing objection that this lacks foundation. I understand that Mr. Schutz has not put on his testimony yet, but he hasn't also asked any questions of the about whether they're familiar with this, and there is a way to sort of lay a foundation by asking questions rather than testifying.
noted. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will also, I mean, Mr. Schutz he does a fine job as an attorney, but is not, as I understand, actually trained as an attorney, and is, I think, making a noble attempt at laying a foundation. So I am going to give a little leeway on this. The line we're looking at, which took me a moment, is, and I will try to, if you see the line that says file name, and then there is a line below that, which just about the size of the files, and then the next line, which says LTO study, and then at the end says DCP off, and next to that there's a second LTO study and says DCP on. I believe that's where we are. Is that right, Mr. Schutz?
That is where we are. Thank you
And
very
did you
much.
indicate, Mr. Schutz, that there was one of these that was grayed out, which may be a result of Zoom? Is that intended that one or the other of those file names is?
Yes, so the one on the left, LTO study, etc., DCP off. If you look carefully, you see the background is white, and the one for DCP on, the background is gray.
And let me, if you just, well, I guess let me ask my team, if you would please make sure that this exhibit has been moved over to the CSPA exhibits, because I think it may help for those who are following along to open the original file, because through Zoom, I can't actually see a difference in the colors. It may not matter, but
Okay.
I just want to make sure we get that moved over. And it
So
sounds
if
like
you
it's now been moved. So thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you. So if you scroll down to the lower screenshot on page one, you see here that I've opened the DCP on file. And you can also see that in the file name. So where it says file name, it shows that it's DCP on. To give everyone an idea of how much data is involved, one can look at the line immediately above the white, the two file names that we identified previously, and where it says that there are 23,561 path names. That means there are 23,561 lines of data that are below in this output file. DCP off has 23,546 lines of data. So that's the background. Now, if we'd scroll down to page 2, please. So what I did next is stated at the top of page 2. I looked for the end of September storage target for Oroville Reservoir. And it shows here the line that I selected titled Oro Sept Target in the DCP off file, which was line 13954, and in the DCP on file, which is line 13958. I selected each of those, starting with always with the DCP off file, and I hit the plot function in DSS view, which is the second icon from the left and the third line down from the program interface with a little X and Y axis and a curve shaded in red. And so if you scroll down to the bottom now of page 2, this is what DSS view displayed. And you'll notice that there's only one line and it's red. Mr. Singh, are you following this? And does this make sense to you? Do you understand what I did?
I think I do.
Thank you. Now, if you go down to the figure at the top of page 3, you'll see what I did. Down at the bottom of the file of the graphic output, there are two little names and they're hard to see. And I hid the curve for the one on the right, which is the DCP on file. And so here we're seeing the DCP off file, which is basically the same. It was a line that was hidden underneath the DCP on file. So you'll see now here a blue line where there was a red line before. The values displayed are identical. The end of September storage target, both for DCP on and DCP off, is always 1,600,000 acre feet. Do you see that, and does that make sense to you, Mr. Singh?
Yes, I do see the blue line in this plot that you're sharing.
So my question to you is this. Where does the 1,600,000 acre feet end of September storage target for Oroville Reservoir come from? What is its source? Why did you choose that value to put into your model?
In terms of where it comes from operationally, I think that will be a question for the operators. This 1.6 end of September Oroville target is something that's in the current calcium models. And the scenarios that we are looking at, baseline and DCP, that is the same. So the target is consistent with and without case.
So you did not change the target from DCP off to DCP on, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so you would expect the outcome of Oroville storage to be very similar since the targets are the same. Is that also correct?
I'm not sure if I follow your question. The proposed operation and the way it's being modeled is we are tracking what type of water is moving through the tunnel, and any stored releases are only limited to any carriage water savings. So, so in terms of moving stored water through the project, it doesn't not have anything to do with this target.
Okay, let's slow down and go back here. This is a target, correct? It is not an absolute rule. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, but I'm sure operators could expand on that more, but that is, I believe, is a target.
Thank you. And as a modeler, you do not know where this 1,600,000 acre foot target value comes from. Did I understand you to say that?
No, what I was saying is, I think it was discussed with the modeling team, panel 1 also. These models are generalized operations of State Water Project and CVP, and the rules and guidances that we have in the model reflect how the operators operate the project. So there is that coordination with the operators, make sure what we're modeling is representative of real world conditions.
I understand that, but you do not personally know the source of that target. Is that correct?
I do not know the source, but it has been part of the calcium 3 models that we have, including, delivery capability report.
Thank you. Could we scroll down to the top of the next page, please? So, Mr. Singh, this is a plot of modeled Oroville storage with and without the DCP, with the DCP off and the DCP on, with the ITP modeling. And it shows here in item number 9, it shows the lines that I selected and then plotted similar to the way I plotted the previous lines. And we see here output for Oroville storage, and I reduced, just in order to limit the amount of data that's presented and to make it not too small, I limited it to about, I can't see, it's like 2008 to 2021. Do you see that?
It is kind of hard to read.
Can we perhaps blow it up a little bit, Ms. Mullen, and choose part of it? And scroll down a little. There you go. And as I stated before, it does show the lines from which I chose to represent Oroville storage.
Okay, I do see that.
Thank you. So looking at the actual modeled storage here, we see that in many cases, even at the end of September, the actual storage goes below the 1,600,000 acre feet end of storage target. Do you see that? For example, in 2013, maybe 2014, definitely 2015, and 2021.
I see that.
Thank you. So where are the rules in the calcium model that prioritize other factors over the Oroville end of September storage target?
Where I'm not sure if I follow.
Are the rules written down in one place?
I cannot point to that location sitting here, but there is documentation on calcium 3.
Are they written in plain language rather than, for instance, in code?
Plain language. You are talking about some kind of documentation that outlines how the model works?
how specifically the model prioritizes Oroville other factors other than the Oroville storage target and takes Oroville storage below the target. That specifically, I'm not looking for a general description of the rules. I'm looking for that specific rule.
So I'm not aware of that documentation right now, sitting here.
Would you be able to produce it in the next couple of days?
I think I'll probably need a little bit more clarification in terms of what exactly, just because it's below 1.6. I mean, there's years when there is pretty dry hydrology, even in real-time operations, where we don't hit that 1.6 target. That is a target. It depends on hydrology and conditions in terms of overall operation.
So let's take a step up for a second. The Oroville storage target is something that, all else being equal, the calcium 3 model tries to meet, correct?
It is a target that if there's available water supplies, it'll try to meet.
And there are other rules that might have a higher priority in the calcium model that would cause the model to drop the storage in Oroville at the end of September below the storage target, correct?
It's all the regulatory requirements in basin uses, and it's also the hydrology. There might not just be enough water to meet that 1.6.
Okay. So what I'm asking is there a description of when the calcium 3 model, of the circumstances under which the calcium 3 model chooses to go below, or one could say violate, the Oroville end of September storage target?
For the purposes of DCP, I'm not aware of any such documentation, but the modeling developing team might have some documentation in terms of calcium 3 in this target.
If there is some specific information or documentation relative to this particular issue, I would ask the hearing officer to request that DWR produce it.
I will consider it.
Thank you. Now, looking at this graph, Mr. Singh, we see that frequently, most of the time, in fact, where the blue line and the red line diverge, the blue line, the DCP offline, is below the red line, the DCP online. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see those differences.
And would that be accounted for by the carriage water that is backed up into Oroville Reservoir in part or primarily?
Just looking at this graph, I cannot answer that, but carriage water savings do provide that benefit where you have some additional storage in certain years.
Now, looking at 2018, the blue line, the DCP offline, shows a little bit more storage than the red line, the DCP online. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, what year?
2018.
I'm not sure where you're pointing to.
If you go up from the line between 2018 and 2019, yeah, where you first intersect the graph, you see a step down of a number of different months. And the blue line there is above the red line. Do you see
Maybe,
that?
Ms. Mullen, can you do maybe us all a favor and zoom in to this location that's roughly 2018?
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kenzie.
Yes, I see that.
Do you have a thought about why, in this case, the storage under the DCP off is greater than the storage under the DCP on? And if you don't, that's fine.
I can't talk about that particular point, but one thing I would like to point out is that this comparison that we're looking at is not appropriate use of modeling results. We cannot focus on a 1 month or time step. I think it was covered by Mr. Reyes in his testimony in terms of appropriate use of this modeling results. We need to look at exceedance plots, because we're looking at a range of hydrologies with and without project. And if we're looking changes with the project, that is the appropriate way to do that.
But there are times, I mean, the exceedance plots are generated by taking a series of years or months and aggregating them. Are the exceedance plots not generated that way?
There are, and the reason we do that, we're looking at the whole 100-year simulation, and it gives you a probability of exceedance. To focus on one time step or 1 month or a few months, there are differences in terms of initial conditions during that period. And if we're looking to look at impacts of the project, the appropriate way is to look at the whole simulation period where you have range of hydrologies and you look at probability of exceedances.
So you don't see any value, Mr. Singh, in looking at particular individual situations or cases that illustrate other points?
I do not think that's appropriate.
All right, thank you. Could we please bring up Exhibit AHO 65, the ITP for the Delta Conveyance project, and turn to the bottom of page 213? There we go. And if you'd zoom in a tiny bit, please, Ms. Mullen. Great.
Is it possible to show this entire condition instead of one sentence out of a lengthy condition by scrolling so we can see 2 pages at once?
Sure, but this is the beginning of a condition, of a distinct and separate condition, Ms. Carroll.
Which condition? I'm sorry. Which condition are we looking at, Mr. Schutz? The reservoir storage?
We're looking at reservoir storage condition 11.112.
And I don't know if it's possible, Ms. Mullen, are you able to show 2 pages at once? Sometimes it flips. You know what I mean? I'm just not sure we can. Yeah, because of we can zoom out a little.
I see what the request is.
Yeah.
Sure.
But if you can zoom out maybe one more time, and hopefully we can always zoom back in if we need to. Ms. Mullen, can you, I know we can't see it all. Would it be helpful? Would you like us to scroll all the way down? It looks like we can't get everything and have it in a readable size.
That's sufficient as shown on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Mr. Singh, it says here to start, this condition of approval is intended to replicate Cal Sim 3 modeling assumptions for the project that reduce the impacts of diversions at the North Delta intakes by maintaining upstream reservoir storage. Do you see that?
I do.
Mr. Singh, would you please tell me where one can find the calcium 3 modeling assumptions that an operator would try to replicate?
So in what this condition is referring to is that calcium 3 modeling was done based on the proposed operations of the project, which is there will not be any additional stored water that will be moved through DCP other than there's a list of exceptions in the next page where you see those bullets. And the primary one is shifting or carriage water savings that project provides because of shifting. So calcium modeling was conducted in accordance with this proposed operation. So there is no additional stored water that is moved through the DCP other than these carriage water savings. And what this condition is saying is that the project will be operated so that that model assumptions that we have based on proposed operations, that there won't be any additional stored water moved through DCP other than those 3 bullets listed there. And this is also, I believe, term 1 of the permit.
It's also what? Term 1 of the...
Yeah, 101 of the permit that talks about release of stored water.
Which permit are you referring to, please?
Part of these hearings.
Are you referring to the proposed permit terms for the water rights permit?
Yes.
Thank you. So if we could zoom in here on the top of page 214, if that's okay. A little bit more just so that we can read it. Thank you. Now here it says, permittee shall not change upstream reservoir storage operations to move additional stored water through the North Delta intakes. That's basically what you just said, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
So how is DWR's operator going to know whether she is changing upstream reservoir operations? Where are the rules written down that tell her exactly what she's not changing?
I think that is a question for the operators. There is an operations plan for the project, and it outlines the proposed project and operations. And I believe this language is in terms of how the operators will do this in real time. That is a question I think the operators will be able to answer.
So I think I asked you a somewhat different question. What I heard you say was sort of how the operator would comply with a rule. What I asked was, where will the operator find the rule or series of rules?
I'm not sure if I understand series of rules. So
Well,
the
take it in the singular.
operation plan,
sorry.
operation plan lists the proposed operations of the project, and primarily the DCP will be operated during excess flow periods when we have surplus flow in the system, and there will not be any additional stored water that will be moved through DCP other than what's listed in this slide here, or permit condition.
So what I'm asking you, sir, is will not be additional stored water moved compared to what?
to what we do today.
And where does it say what you do today?
I think that's something the operators will be able to answer.
Okay, and Ms. Kinsey, I'm sorry to belabor the point. I'm going to move on here, but I asked Mr. Ray's this question. I am asking Mr. Singh this question. I plan to ask Ms. White this question, but I don't want to be stuck in a position where Ms. White turns around and tells me I should have asked Mr. Ray's or Mr. Singh. And in a past hearing, some of these witnesses were presented in one panel, and the person best able to answer the question went ahead and answered it. We've broken up panels, and that's why I'm pursuing this. I don't mean to be redundant or inefficient.
Noted. Thank you, Mr. Schutz, and I'm following along.
Thank you. So could we please go back to CSPA-002 and turn to page 5? And I'm almost done here, and it would probably be efficient if I just went ahead before we took a break, if that's okay with Mr. Singh and the hearing officer.
Mr. Singh, are you comfortable if we push forward through the end of Mr. Schutz's questions?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if we'd zoom in a little bit, please. Just see the top half here, that graph, and there we are. Thank you. And if you'd scroll up a tad, I think we're okay. No, other way. Thank you. So, Mr. Singh, I searched TUCP by word in the calcium output files for DCP on, and I found them graphed a line labeled low SAC index flag. Do you see that in what's there, line 11?
Yes, I see that.
And to maintain consistency, I first did this. No, actually I didn't. Somehow I got a red output, which was my desire. Actually, I did it for both DCP on and DCP off. And I think what we have is we have one line below the other. So what I'd like to know is, what do these flags here mean in this plot? What is the importance or significance of TUCP flags?
So what I can say on this is that for the modeling that was presented for this testimony, ITP, as well as the EIR, there is no TUCPs as part of the assumptions in the model.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You broke up a little bit, please.
So the modeling that was presented, so it looks like this is output from ITP modeling, right?
Yes.
So what you're seeing there is within calcium 3, the baseline model that we received for DCP was coming from modeling team that work on long-term operations for reclamation and also state water project. And it is my understanding there might have been some scenarios that they, especially reclamation, conducted where they had UCPs in those models. But for the purposes of DCP modeling, these were turned off. So for our model, we did not include any TUCPs, and the reason for that is it is speculative in terms of what the conditions of those TUCPs would be and what years they would be applicable. And more than likely, under those dry conditions where TUCPs are needed, DCP will not be operating. So for the purposes of ITP modeling, there's a switch in the model where you can turn it off, and it was turned off for the modeling that's presented here.
Okay, so then I'm to understand that in the calcium 3 modeling for the ITP, both base conditions and DCP on, that does not reflect implementing any temporary urgency change orders in order during the simulation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. And these lines exist as a remnant, or did they have some particular utility in the DCP modeling?
In DCP modeling, there was no utility. It's just a remnant from a previous model that was done by a long-term operations team. But for DCP, is still outputting it, but the switch that controls these two DCPs in the model is off.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, could we please go back to DWR 101R and look at slide 19? Thank you. Mr. Singh, I didn't understand these figures. Could you tell me what is represented on the y-axis of these two plots? It's frequency and there's some numbers. What does that refer to?
Yes, definitely. So the chart on the left, frequency is the number of reverse events. So this information was plotted using output from DSM-2 model, which is our delta simulation model that simulates hydrodynamics in the delta on a 15-minute time step. So for that model output with and without project, we looked at on chart on the left is frequency of say, for example, a 2-hour reversed event with and without project. What is the frequency of that?
So frequency over what period of time, Mr. Singh?
So there's two model scenarios here. The solid lines is the final EIR model, which was based on a 94-year simulation, and the dashed line is based on ITP modeling, which used the recent version of calcium, which is 100 years. So it's each day or each 15-minute period in that 100-year or 94-year simulation.
So in both cases, frequency refers to the number of incidents over the period of record?
A period of simulation, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have for Mr. Singh. Thank you very much for your testimony and for your efforts to make direct answers. I have a couple of questions for Dr. Hatch.
I'll look to my team if we can please spotlight Dr. Hatch. And I believe we're ready when you are, Mr. Sheets.
Very good. So, Dr. Hatch, your testimony does not appear to evaluate the effects of the proposed Delta Tunnel once constructed on the directional movement of groundwater. Is that general statement correct, or have I missed something?
Not sure what you mean. The tunnel is in the with DCP alternative, and so groundwater flow corrections are computed by the model in the with project condition.
But your testimony doesn't talk about movement of groundwater from one side of the tunnel to the other, or movement of groundwater as it encounters the tunnel up or down, does it?
The impact analysis shows that there really isn't appreciable differences between the with project and without project conditions.
So it's your testimony that a 60-foot tall obstacle to width the tunnel would not affect the movement east to west or west to east of groundwater going into or out of the delta, generally speaking. Is that correct?
It would have minimal effect. It's a 40-foot tunnel, and the groundwater would flow around the tunnel. The tunnel is a relatively small aspect ratio compared to the overall subsurface, and so groundwater would make its way around the tunnel.
And can you point to me in your testimony or supporting documents where you've conducted that analysis?
In excuse me, in AHO 1057, I believe, the impact analysis for the final environmental impact report goes through all the different impacts and the changes in water levels associated with the model and with the Delta Conveyance project and without the Delta Conveyance project. Includes an analysis of every node in the model on both sides of the Delta Conveyance. And so that analysis includes any changes that would be seen associated with the blockage of the tunnel.
All right, thank you very much. That's all I have, and thank you very much to the witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. I will now turn, I'm not sure if we're taking a break or finishing our day. So I think that's where we are. I'm going to look to the other participants today and ask for those of you who have questions for this panel, who have not had a chance to ask them, and you are prepared to ask them now. If you would please raise your hand. Otherwise, we will talk about next steps for tomorrow. So I think, and you can continue to think about it for the next few moments, I would like to turn to you, Ms. Carroll, just to talk about timing. I think where I have picking up tomorrow would be with Mr. Busher, Ms. Meserve, Mr. Moore, possibly Mr. Donlin, and Ms. Desjardins. I realize we flipped some of those orders. I didn't say that in the right order, but roughly we would proceed that way. We'd pick up with Ms. Tabor on Thursday morning. And then we may be ready for panel 3. And I wanted to confirm with you that panel 3 is available on the 24th.
Let me double check our calendar, but I believe the answer is yes.
And then my next question is going to be, is panel 3 available on May 1st? Because I seem to have in my mind that they are not.
One of the panelists is not available on May 1st.
Okay. Let's see. So the question, I guess, which one? We could start with that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to pull up our
Pull it
calendar
up. I
right
know,
now
I'm
so I
catching
can
you on the
answer you.
fly. Yep.
I just don't want to miss. Okay, let's see. Okay, on the 24th, we do not have any panelists who are out. And then on the 1st and 2nd, Marin Greenwood is unavailable.
And Dr. Greenwood is a significant portion of this panel, right? I don't have, who else is on the panel? Can you remind me, please?
Miss Rachel Gardner.
So let's see. Maybe we can address this later this week, but it suggests to me that we may want to, since they're being presented as a panel, that we may end up taking the first and second off calendar, because my understanding was that your preference was to proceed in order, to proceed panel 2, panel 3, panel 4, which is why you asked for the additional days in May. Does that generally, I'm not asking for a commitment, we can come back to this tomorrow or Thursday, but does that generally track what you were thinking, Ms. Carroll?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I will return to this issue in the morning before we get started to leave all of you time, whether you have, and I see Mr. Moore, you may have something about this or something about something else. But just letting all of you know that it does look to me like we may be taking May 1st and 2nd off calendar entirely. Mr. Moore, you're welcome to come off mute. Did I lose Mr. Moore? There you are.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
My apologies. I've been having some technical difficulties today. I will preface this that I have not consulted with other protestants reps on this, and so would welcome them to chime in. I am quite concerned at this point that there may be some significant prejudice to having to proceed to panel 3 as on Thursday. We expected a certain order and discussed it extensively, as came up earlier today, and had to move around in a lot of other things based on how we thought it would go. And the next panel to come up will be an important one on which some of us will be getting input from consultants who expected the schedule to proceed in a certain way. I guess what I'm wondering is whether it would make sense, given the rescheduling of Ms. Tabor, to take off tomorrow and have the remaining testimony in this panel go on Thursday, which would allow the protestants to proceed in something more closely resembling how they expected the order of cross-examination to go, and then see where
Wait
we
a minute, Mr.
go from
Moore.
there.
Just clarify this for me. I don't understand how reordering Ms. Tabor has affected whether or not panel 3 would commence on Thursday. We simply just changed the order, right? I think what's happening is we're getting through this cross-examination faster than we thought. Am I wrong? Am I thinking about this incorrectly?
I don't think so.
No, respectfully, Ms. Kenzie, it seems like there's like 4 or 5, at least more parties to do cross-examination. It doesn't seem like, it seems like it would go into Thursday at least, if not take all of Thursday. It's hard to say.
Right. We have to get through tomorrow. We may or may not get to panel 3 on Thursday, but the reordering itself didn't change that total. The total amount of cross, I don't think has changed, although we are going to lose an hour today, but that actually pushes things out. Makes it less likely we'll get to panel 3 on Thursday. This may be a non-issue, but it sounds like panel 3 is available on Thursday. I would like to at least hear their direct. We can at least get that started. I think I share your thought, Mr. Schutz. It would be a happy surprise if we got through all of cross of panel 2 and then summaries of direct testimony from panel 3. So, and that may work fine. And then we could take off May 1st and then reconvene the following week. Mr. Moore, you're welcome to, if you have anything else to chime in on this. I'm not ready to make a commitment that right now. Let's see how we do tomorrow, and then we can talk about what we're doing on Thursday and whether we do more than just hear summaries of direct testimony from panel 3. But we'll try to do this in an orderly way. Did you have anything to add, Mr. Moore?
It was just a suggestion, and Mr. Schutz's prediction may well prove to be the case that we will need to go into Thursday regardless, and um uh I'm just in the position of a sole practitioner trying to juggle other things and ordering based on expectations. I understand that it's inherently difficult here um, uh, uh, to know much in advance about whether our estimates of how things are going to take will coincide with how they play out. So if others want to proceed, I suppose it's fine with me. I just wanted to note the concern that there may be some important input from panel 3 uh, that may turn out to make it preferable to have for it to come after Thursday. But let's just see how things go with this panel, and I really may be jumping the gun with any of that.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Moore. I'm not sure whose hand went up next. I'm just going to go in order here. Mr. Cho, please, you're welcome to come off mute.
Thanks, Hearing Officer Kenzie. This is just sort of a procedural question that I may have missed during the colloquy earlier, but is there a contingency plan for what happens on Thursday AM if Ms. Tabor is, or I should say, if DWR's concern about potential conflicts remains unresolved and Ms. Tabor's situation is not clear on whether she can conduct her cross or not?
No, I don't think, because I need a moment to think about it. I've been sitting in this chair since it first came up, I think. But what I'd like to do ideally is make it, if there isn't a resolution I prefer to stay out of it. I don't know if it's I don't think this is my role to make decisions about ethical allegations, but I do have a role in ordering this proceeding and how it goes. So I will have to make a decision if there isn't a resolution about whether to allow Ms. Tabor to cross-examine the witness or not. And so I need to think about what that might look like, but I am I know I would need to make a decision. Now I wouldn't put her clients in I don't think we'll go that way, but I would make sure that the witnesses we would find the time to make sure the witnesses could be cross-examined by appropriate representative for the clients. Certainly that's an interest here too. So the short answer is no, I don't have a contingency plan yet, but if we break early, I'm going to spend the rest of my day thinking about it, and hopefully you will too, and maybe come up with a suggestion. There are a lot of good minds on this.
Well, I'm one of the fortunate ones who probably doesn't have to ponder over this specific issue right now, so I'll count my lucky stars for that. But as Mr. Moore was raising his scheduling concerns, that just popped up for me as like a big uncertainty on the next few days of the hearing and how that will play out. But thanks.
Yes. Mr. Busher.
Thank you. One comment, one question. I didn't know if we had an estimate for the length of the presentations of direct testimony from panel 3.
I think we do, but it's been a while. I think it was submitted in writing. Ms. Carroll, are you able to refresh our memory on that?
If you give me a moment, I can confirm it, but I believe it's about an hour and a half.
Thank you. I know there was a submittal at some point, but I don't recall exactly where.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And the one comment I have with regard to what Mr. Cho raised and Thursday morning, aside from my concerns about the prejudice to Ms. Tabor or her clients, if they are not allowed to proceed, I think if that's the outcome, there needs to be a bigger pause in the proceedings. Because there were questions that her clients have, and there were questions that her clients were going to ask that others of us will have. And if that's the case, right, finding out Thursday morning that what I covered on Wednesday was insufficient because all of a sudden those representatives don't have a lawyer for this panel to be able to ask questions poses a real problem. And I would just caution against, right, if there is any inclination to not allow them to move forward, But I think there needs to be a bigger conversation and a bigger pause.
I suspect you're probably right, Mr. Busher. So thank you. Yes, that would be a bigger issue to tackle. Ms. Desjardins, please.
I just wanted to note that I go at the end of the cross and I actually pick up on questions the attorneys are asking and don't have the technical expertise to ask and get a resolution for. And so it would be advantageous for me to be able to go after Ms. Tabor. And I would request that. And that being said, I also recognize that there's a major issue. I also wanted to suggest that perhaps planning to split the presentation by panel 3 from the cross, given the other major issue that's pending in the hearing, maybe just having that resume on another day. I don't think the direct testimony takes very long, like maybe an hour and a half. Thank you.
Ms. Desjardins. It is something I consider. I think the estimate was an hour and a half, but that's something we could consider if we're going to take a longer break. But let's get to when we see where we are. These things may resolve themselves. So, and Ms. Desjardins, certainly you're welcome to proceed after everyone else has gone tomorrow. And then if we get to that decision point, we can address again whether or not it makes sense to hold your cross until after until Thursday, or whether we proceed in part. So I would like you to be ready if necessary tomorrow, but we can hear from everyone else's first. And Mr. Moore, I believe you're up next.
Yeah, just briefly, while I'm not going to reiterate or resurrect the earlier request to not proceed tomorrow, what Mr. Busher just mentioned is sort of part of the concern that I had in mind. Part of our ability to proceed as efficiently as we can with cross involves coordinating with other protestants and having a sense of what they're going to cover. And so if for example, Ms. Tabor ends up not having that opportunity, I would strongly second his point that would necessitate a bigger pause in the proceedings so that no one would be deprived of the opportunity to cover the ground that otherwise might have come during the questioning on behalf of her clients.
Noted, and thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Donlin, I see your hand. If we can please, let's go ahead. We haven't seen Mr. Donlin yet, and we may be closing our day, but let's go ahead and bring him up to panelist, and you can formally make your appearance. And I'm sorry, I may have missed you before because you're lower on my list here. And you're welcome to come off mute and turn on your camera if you'd like.
Thank you, Ms. Kenzie. I just want to add to what Mr. Moore and Busher just said. Our intent was to follow Ms. Tabor and her clients and to perform cross-examination only if necessary. So we are not equipped or prepared to cover everything that Ms. Tabor plans to cover in her cross-examination. So I think it's important that we follow Ms. Tabor and not go ahead of her tomorrow. And if she's not allowed to conduct cross-examination, as Mr. Moore and Mr. Busher just said, we would like the opportunity to I guess, reformulate our cross-examination so that the issues that she intends to cover are covered by the other parties.
Understood, and thank you, Mr. Donlin. I realize if Ms. Tabor is not able to ask her questions, that is that's a larger issue. I'm not inclined. I mean, I do want to proceed tomorrow and use our time tomorrow. What I won't foreclose, though, is the possibility, which is unconventional, but I would consider it. I may regret this, but I will consider it as whether there should be a second bite at the apple after Ms. Tabor asks, assuming she is able to ask her questions on Thursday morning. And then, you know, if anything was omitted, understanding there was a reordering, I might be willing to do that. So that's something to keep in mind. But I would like to use our day tomorrow because we have quite a bit. I would imagine there's quite a bit to cover already, even not knowing the answers to Ms. Tabor's questions. Ms. Desjardins, is that a residual hand or did you have a follow-up? A residual, maybe. Ms. Meserve, please.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I guess I just want to make a point of clarification. If I'm understanding what happened after lunchtime today, it was that Ms. Tabor agreed to conduct her cross-examination on Thursday as an accommodation, given the ongoing discussions between her firm and DWR. I don't think it's correct to say that she's not being allowed to do it or that any action's been taken to prevent her from doing it. It seems to be by agreement. So I just want to clarify that point because I don't think, as we've seen, all there is an email mentioning a perceived conflict that hasn't been backed up with any formal action by DWR. So you know, it appears to be much ado about nothing. If it's not, I invite, you know, DWR should, you know, do whatever it's going to do, but I don't think I just want the record to be clear that, you know, I don't think she's being prevented because there wouldn't be anything preventing her except if she agreed to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. I think I understand your point, although just to clarify, I think I also have discretion to conduct the hearing in an appropriate order. I very much appreciate that the parties have been coordinating about an order of cross, and it makes sense to do it that way, and I think it's efficient for everyone. In this case, I essentially am, frankly, I'm buying myself a little time to think about the issue, which I'm not sure if it's a big nothing or if it's a big something. I haven't had a chance to work that out. I was not aware that this objection applied to Ms. Tabor's cross-examination until this afternoon. So, and I don't want to get into it further because I don't know that maybe we have everyone here, but I want to make sure Ms. Tabor and Mr. Ferguson and others are properly represented if we get into the issues. But I would like to proceed tomorrow with cross-examination of this panel. I believe we pick up with Mr. Busher, and then we would continue through the list as I mentioned. Again, I realize we may be open to discussion and maybe we will get a happy report tomorrow that DWR and the Summit firm have worked things out and then we will have more clarity. But other than that, is there anything else we should talk about before we break for our day and then reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? All right, then with that, thank you very much. We are adjourned for a day and I will see you tomorrow morning.